Oof, so close, so close, so close. What's up, everyone? Hey, hi. How you doing? So close. I tried to click it, but you know, my reflexes are just not that good. It wasn't 30, it just hit 30 seconds. What are you talking about? What's up, everyone? How you doing? Doubters win almost all the time. That is correct. Wow, gamer. What's up, Tommy Hong? Yo, we got Kirsten in the house. We don't talk about what happened. Boy, do I have some stories for you, for all you chatters. We had an eventful night. I'll tell you what. But we'll get into that. I definitely have you guys know me with me and my stories. Yo, what's up, Raj? What is everyone typing on right now? Timmy, that's freaking my line. All right, what are you typing on, Timmy?
Good evening, Mr. Fax.
Yo, Pod. Good evening, Mr. Fax. It is indeed evening. Wow, it's already almost 7 o'clock. I was so tired at work today. Oh, my goodness. Oh, we got Nucka B with the mineral and Busy Timmy with the alcohol. Well, I got some fun stuff tonight, I'll tell you what. Ryan just wanted to please the majority, that's all? Exactly. You out of breath from sprinting here? Kinda. I had to make my coffee, had to get my water bottle. Got my coffee. Dude, okay, I need some help here. I feel like I'm pretty proud. I'm pretty proud of my lighting right now. What do you guys think? How is this? How is the new lighting? If you could see, I'm gonna post a picture of this new lighting, and it took me a lot. Let's just say it took so long for me to set it up that Sandy fell asleep, and then I still, like, she was sleeping, and I was still working on it for like 2 hours. So I hope it paid off. I've got most of those things, just missing a Jane. Yo. I don't remember anything. That's a likely story. Is that like the same as pleading the fifth? Someone got a case of the Mondays. I really did. Yeah, today was a little hectic. That Shopify Artisan. I have a green one too. I'll have to grab it. Did you guys see the Facebook Rama now? I saw them post that one today. But yes, so I do need to go get some alcohol. I met up with Dr. Huru. I always say Mr. Huru in my head, and then by the time I'm about to say it, I correct it, and so out comes Dr. Huru. Just so you guys know, I saw Dr. Huru over the weekend, and he did not disappoint. He brought me 3 more blue Jinros. So let me go grab one of those, and I'll be right back. All right, we're back. Fresh. Y'all like his new angle or last stream's angle? This was John's angle of preference. He told me that it's better head on, apply directly to the forehead, head on, instead of having it like slightly off to the side. Yo, that's a 6 s'mores you're drinking, dude. Right? Look at that. Look at that microfoam. Mmm. Super caramelly. I got these cups when I was in Italy.
I am hyped for X60V2 stream.
Yo, what up, Daffler? Thank you for the Prime for 13 months. Zondat almost dropped off the X60 V2 today. He messaged me, but I had a long day and I was still at the office, so I wasn't home to collect the goods. But tentatively speaking, it's gonna be either Wednesday, Thursday, or Friday. One of those 3 days, I am doing the X60 V2 build stream. So it will be this week, 100%. I can't remember if I read on Instagram today or yesterday that you had a long day. It was that long that it was today. Yo, what's up, investing? How's it going? Glad to see the stream though. Yeah, I just set this all up. I had an eventful keyboard weekend. I have like 15 builds in the queue right now, so I needed to crank at least one out today. So I was a little tired, but we're getting there. I heard Zonnet gonna give it to you raw. Who told you that? I got a plum Jinro, probably gonna drink it this weekend. Why aren't you drinking it right freaking now, big chicky nuggy? You've been demoted to small chicky nuggy. But I did meet up with Huru. The second I saw him, I said, Huru, don't talk to me unless you have my soju. And he had 3 of these in his hand. And then he comes up to me like 10 minutes later and says, Ryan, do you know where Teha went? And I said, why? And he goes, I have a keyboard I have to give him. And I said, you give me 3 bottles of soju and you give Teha a full keyboard? I see where my your loyalty resides. But you know, we did get some soju out of it. So let's crank it open. Yo, what up, Remsky? This always happens to me whenever I take off the frickin'... I'm honored to have... I should probably pour this, huh? Have redeemed alcohol from the fresh Huru stash. Indeed. Bottoms up. But. Yo, busy Timmy. Cheers, lad. Blue bottle Jinro does not fail. 60 cents should be quick, right? I like to keep them guessing, you know? What's up, AE boards? Oh my goodness, we have Alex Soto's in here. What's up, Alex? You know, Alex, Sandy asked about you the other day. I was talking about you, like I always, like I do every minute of every day. And she goes, which one's Alex? I don't think I've met him before. And I go, it's because you haven't. He lives somewhere in this, up in Narnia somewhere. So you haven't met him yet. But hopefully soon. What's up, Moon Operator? In the Great White, yeah. This is a true story, I'm not making this up. She asked me this yesterday. Away from people? Yeah. I could use that every once in a while as well. Yo! Seikoholic, Unikorn, Pagman. What's up? Seikoholic, are you referring to the Seiko watches? Right? We gotta get Alex down here. What's your excuse? What's in your wallet? What's this do? Oh my goodness. Well, that right there, my friend, is a Timo hat redemption. Now, I have added a couple options here. So, we do have the original Timo hat, which will be this proper one here, signed by the entire TSM team. And then the new edition was picked up at Disneyland the other day for Baby Yoda. I was at the stand for these, and if you guys have ever been to Disneyland, you know these things are freaking everywhere. And like every time I pass by one, I'm not gonna buy one. I'm not gonna buy one. I'm not gonna, and then like at the end of the day, I pass by it like 20 times and I have to buy it. So I tried on every single one of these. There's like 15 of them at least. It was between Baby Yoda and the Slinky Dog. The Slinky Dog kind of like went like this on my head. That one was pretty cool, but in the end, Baby Yoda won. So I'll let you choose which one you want. Let's do Baby Yoda. Haven't seen enough of it. Let's go. All right. I'm going to put this on top of my soldering equipment. So if I forget, please yell at me. My girlfriend has that one. All right. That's not very nice, dude. I mean, your girlfriend must be very cool. Super cool. Like, probably one of the coolest people you know. Ryan, are you going to join the raffle for the Matrix Lab IM plus Xmas edition? How do I join? Is it not China only? Is it in the US as well? Yes, sir. Seiko, Grand Seiko, goated. I would agree with that. I sold both of my Seikos recently, though. I sold my Sarb. I had a Sarb 033, I think. It was the JDM one. I sold that to my brother. And then I had the Seiko SKX 007. And I sold that to Memories, which I gave to on Saturday. So, I currently have one watch right now. Fatty Deliver from Daily Clack. Oof, those are the best. You should have put PHATTY. That was like clearly a missed opportunity. But it's okay. Right, is this board what I think it is? I believe it is what you think it is. What's up, Kimchi Jody boy? So I ended up, if you guys follow Aussie Obsessions, amazing photography, super cool lad. He posted a picture on his Instagram of a watch. It's like a Russian watch, and I saw it and I was like, I can't tell if it's your photography or if it's the actual watch, but I really want this watch. So I messaged him which one it was, told me what band to get, yada yada. So I bought the watch, I have it, but I'm waiting on the band still. And this watch was actually insanely affordable. So I think I'm gonna wear it. Check it out. This is the face. I really like this watch. So it's a Russian watch, but dude, look at how it's got that like domed bezel. See the domed bezel? I mean domed glass. The bezel also rotates, right? It's really nicely polished. It's a Vostok, I think. Vostok, maybe. It's sounds like plexi. It's an automatic though. It's an automatic. It's free real estate. But beautiful watch. Dude, this thing was $112 shipped on eBay, which is kind of outrageous for how nice it is. So I'm gonna rock this thing for a bit. I bought a rubber strap for it because I'll be honest with you, the metal strap it comes with is pretty damn janky. So we're gonna try that out. When is the Emery 65 build stream? I was told that on the 15th of December. Is that Friday? No, we're not even close to Friday. It's Wednesday. It's been a long Monday. On Wednesday, the PCB is shipping to me. So I have the board. I got the board right here, actually. It's that one right there. But I do not have a PCB. So I'm waiting on the PCB, and then I'm gonna build it. Vostok gang, yo, is this technically a diver? Yeah, I would say this is definitely technically a diver because you have the 15, the 30, and technically the hour right at the top. So technically a dive watch, like a Russian dive watch. I like it because I feel like most watches these days have insanely large diameter faces, and this is a very nice sized face, right? It's actually going to be pretty small if you look at it. I have decent sized wrists, but not like, I used to rock a Panerai, which I could technically wear because of my wrists, but it kept getting caught on, like, gets caught above the cuff a lot, and it's that awkward, like, I swear I'm not trying to show off my watch right now, but it won't go under my chest shirt. So I just felt like every time I walked around, I was like, people thought I was trying to flex when I really wasn't. So I sold the Panerai, for actually quite a big loss, which is kind of insane in the watch market. I got a huge loss on that one, but I'm up pretty fat on my other ones, so we're all good. I see a Cyrillic F in the name below the 12. You do, yeah, you do. Pretty slick. For 112 bucks, I mean, dude, you can't go wrong with that. That's crazy. I'm into gonna lube and watch a sick ass build. I'm into keeps and coffee. Please, no more expensive hobbies, dude. $112 watch. Come on, that's not too much to ask. I believe it's plexiglass. It's like domed plexi. I have a decent amount of experience in real life with a Speedmaster, and this domed glass really reminds me of the Speedmaster, which is nice because a lot of the times you can actually buff out any scratches you get on this. I believe the Speedmaster is a Hesselite, right? And there are products where you can actually buff out scratches, which is kind of cool. Whereas if it were Sapphire, you ding that, you're kind of SOL. So that's pretty nice for the price, dude. That's what I'm saying. I saw Ozzy's picture and I was like, okay, like I was into watches like way before keyboards. I'm pretty into watches, right? Or at least I was. So I when I see a watch, I can usually gauge how nice it is. And I saw the picture of the watch and I was like, dude, like for $112, like this can't be this nice. He must be his photography wizardry. And then I got it in person and I was like, wow, it actually is that nice. So yeah, definitely if you're in the market for a watch, it's a VOSTOK. They have a lot of them that ship from Russia on eBay, but there are a lot of people that sell them in the US too. 112 bucks shipped. I did buy a rubber strap for it. I bought the wrong size, so it's currently being shipped back to Amazon right now, but the rubber strap was 20 bucks. So if you look on Aussie Obsessions, he's got the a different dial with the blue strap. Dude, it looks, if you look at that, you're gonna wanna buy it. Trust me. It's exactly what happened to me. So anyways, Ryan, the true variety streamer. Yeah, I variety stream, but no games. Variety IRL stream. Oh snap, we're talking watches. Yes, yo. This is the Russian watch, right? As long as it doesn't rotate the other direction. Yeah, there's no clickies here. Sorry, no clickies here. It does rotate both ways. But if you're talking about the actual second hand, no, it only goes in one direction. Anything over 39 looks humongous on my wrist. I had a Panerai PAM 111, which they actually don't make anymore. It was like the base at the time with the second hand. But it was a Luminor, but I believe it was like a 44 millimeter. It was way too big. Most Panerais for me are too big. The Radiomirs, however you want to pronounce it, I'd rock those, but any Luminor nowadays, too big for me. So, $112 now, but that's just the start. Yo. If you like the dome glass, you should check out vintage Bulova watches. Interesting. I did check out vintage Omega watches for quite some time. There's a lot of those. When I was 14, I picked out my first watch and got a diesel for my... Dude, I feel like everyone at my high school had either a diesel or a Nixon. How many of you guys in chat had a Nixon? Don't lie. I had the... What was it? The 5130 or something like that. I thought I was so sick. Not that it's not sick. I actually did like that watch a lot. But now they're just too big, at least for my tastes. Certified diving can't have it rotate due to timing for the oxy tank, but at least it's a diving. Yes, exactly. There you go. Small wrist gang here as well. 40s make me look extra small. Yo, I had a Nixon Rotolog. Yo, I remember that one. That's the one that looked like the mini TV kind of, right? Nixon with the heart boobies bracelet. Yo, I remember that. Parmigiani Fleurier. I need to look that up. How's that caffeine treating you, sir? Yo, what up, Croup? I saw your DM and I was like, you know what? I gotta prove this man's wrong. But we're getting there. I think I'm feeling a little energy now. I might have to like stop midstream for like a 15-minute break and make another coffee. Fossilbot for the win. Yo. I do Patek Philippe, sorry, double wrote. Yo. Big flex. Calculator Casios are nice. Yep. Are you based in Australia? I am not based in Australia. But I do have a ton of friends in Australia. So I like to think that I live there part-time. 1815 up down in rows was my peak before I sold everything and kept the Explorer? Yo, Explorers are sick. What color face Explorer do you have? What's an 1815 up down? Should I know that? 1815 up down. I'm assuming it's a Rolex. Oh! Was it super wow. Super complicated, hey? There you go. Wow, that's a 39 millimeter. In the picture, it makes it look a lot bigger. That's pretty sick. The power reserve. Dude, that was one thing about my Panerai. It had like a 3-day power reserve, but it was, I swear it was less than 3 days. I had a few older subs. Yes, I have the, what happened to this 116520? I still have it. That is my, the 116520 is my beater watch. I wear that watch every single day. Pretty much no matter what I'm doing, unless I'm going to the gym or I'm climbing. I'm here to chew gum and talk in chat, and I'm all out of gum? Yikes. Classic finance guy watch, that one, and like an 11540 from AP are the classic finance watches. This is nice to talk about watches and keys. I like this. Yo, I'm glad you appreciate it. I like to kind of just touch on all my hobby updates before I get into keyboards. But I'm glad there's some people that appreciate it here. But what pen do you write with? Don't get me started on pens. Went slightly down the rabbit hole. I'm left-handed. Fountain pens don't sit well with me. I just get frustrated with them. But I'll be honest with you. I've spent probably thousands of dollars on pens at this point, and I have two pens that I use primarily. One is just a traditional Mont Blanc rollerball. It's like $100. And then the other one is one that I got when I was in Copenhagen. Sorry, I did have a Mont Blanc rollerball. I did have one. I sold it. It was the one with like the floating Starwalker, I think is what Starwalker. I had that one, but now I use just the ballpoint. I don't like having to like unscrew anything or take off any caps whenever I want to use pens. So usually I just use a ballpoint with it already like twisted. The other one is one I got in Copenhagen, which was an Oto, OHTO. Really hard to find these days, but of that exact one. But Muji pens are nice. Are you in my where's my wait, I swear I had a Muji pen. I was using it earlier. You'll have to believe me. Rotor rings are nice. They're too heavy for me. They're just a little too heavy for me. I had one of those fatty Dr. grips with the gel grip back when I was in school. We look so hard for that pen you got in Europe, but it's discontinued. I know. I'm so pissed. I use it every day at work. The good thing is the ink for it is not discontinued. So that's good. So I just can't lose it basically. Do you have a dream pen that you can't justify? I don't. To be honest, I don't. I don't know why. I'm not super into expensive pens. I don't care if it's expensive, if it's cheap. I've had $500 pens and I've had like $5 pens, and sometimes I'll use the $5 ones more. It just depends on how it feels. In my favorite pen right now was like $25. So Anyways, enough about pens. It's getting toasty in here. I think it's time to show you guys some boards. All right, so I did go to a small private a meetup of, it was just a basically a local server with a bunch of friends, and I figured I'd show you guys what I brought to the meetup. So these are kind of cool. If you guys have ever been to a meetup before, these should look pretty familiar. But this one was kind of funny because they put no touch, no lift. So a lot of the times, if you don't want someone touching your board or lifting your board, some people used to do like their own. They used to do their own notes. Like they would put like a big like placard on it, like "Don't touch." So this one was kind of cool. I didn't circle it on any of mine. I want you to pick it up. I want you to check it out, especially the ones that I brought, which was this one here. Must have been so good at show and tell in preschool. Yo, I used to bring my rock collection, but you probably already knew that. Anyway, but yeah, so these are kind of cool. They give you these at the front at a meetup. You just put all your info here: owner, keyboard, keycaps, switches, plate. Pretty simple. That way when you're walking around, you're like, hey, what's this built with? Hey, what's this built with? Hey, can I touch it? Hey, can I look at the bottom? I would have never thought to show these. Dude, I was gonna throw them away, and then I was like, hey, like, I figured there's a lot of people in chat that probably have never been to a meetup or have been to a meetup, but and would appreciate it. So anyways, you would just basically go like this, put it in front of your board, and that's that, right? We did brought my Jane V2. I have then switched the caps. I had Apollo on it. I swapped it to Moto Light, which I think looks a lot better. So we brought that. We also brought the Smoke PC Kaze, which had GMK Dark, Cherry Blacks on aluminum. That one was pretty good. Really blacked out build. My brother, Little Man, also a mod in here. He brought his Kaze, which had Perestroika creams on aluminum. First Kaze I've typed on that had creams. Pretty cool. I also brought my Kaze, which was the blush pink one. I had Moto Light on it, the GAT CJs, and aluminum plate. And last but not least was the FLX Virgo Led Zepp Pinocchio's FR4, right? So I brought a couple boards. I brought some nests, stuff like that. So that was pretty cool. Hey Darian, did you enjoy the meet? Dude, it was super fun. The funniest thing about it was that wasn't directed towards Darian. What? I thought the funniest and funnest thing most fun thing about the meetup was I met a lot of people that I've been talking to online for quite some time, and this was my first time putting like a face to the name, as well as like, you know, hearing their voice and talking to them. So that was pretty interesting. Like whenever people come and say, hey, what's up, man? I like shook their hand. I'm like, oh, like yeah, I know you, because like you know them already, but you don't know their face. So I felt like that was what was funny for me. Was this was my first meetup since I started streaming. So it was funny meeting people because like I talk to people online and I'm friends with people online. I don't know what they look like, but they know what I look like, right? So in person, they'll come up to me like, hey Ryan, how's it going? And I like shake their hand, and they know what I look like. So like, it's nothing new to them. But then when I look at their name, and I'm like, oh, oh, okay, like this is you. So it's just like, it's funny because I don't know who they are. But then when I read their name tag, I quickly like put two and two together. Like, is this person a good friend? Is this person, do I know this person? Like, you know, kind of like, it's fun. So anyway, I met a lot of people. I didn't know what they look like. It's good putting a face to it. So yeah. Did you ever go? I did not expect you to look like that. Only in good ways. Only in good ways. Can't wait for Kaze. Yo, definitely had a lot of Kaze appreciation at the meetup for sure. I'm hiding my name tag next time, dude. What's up, Carl? Yo, dude, I wanted to keep talking to you when you were leaving, but we got rushed out of there. Carl, for instance, let me see if he still has that. No, he changed it. He used to have a different. What does PFP stand for? What does people say PFP, but I don't know. Picture. What does PFP stand for? Oh, profile picture. Okay, so he had. I thought it was like picture for picture, like like likes for likes, something like that. Anyway, okay, so he had a different profile picture before, and so I always like trying to. And I think he had like. I forgot what he had. I think he had like a man bun in the profile picture. So in my head, this entire time I thought he had like a crazy man bun, but then when I saw him in person, he didn't. So I was a little let down, not gonna lie, Carl. Not gonna lie. Carl was probably the only person where I saw him, and I was like, man, he'd be a lot cooler if he had a man. No, I'm just kidding. Yo, what's up, Zekit? Nope, I'm more cute in person than my profile pic. Yo, Zekit, what is your profile picture now? Yeah, okay. I'm just kidding. I'm much balder than my PFP is. Dude, I never knew what PFP stood for. I just knew that it meant like the small picture on whatever we're looking at. So, good thing I know. You guys keep me relevant, I suppose. But anyways, so yeah, it was super fun. I brought a couple boards, brought a couple nests, met a bunch of friends that I hadn't met in person before, but were already friends. So it was good. I had a jolly time. Although. Yo, no way. Okay, all right, Carl. You know what? I'll take it back. You definitely had a solid man bun. I'll take it back. Okay. Anyway, super fun. Although I feel like definitely we need some food at the venue next time. I was freaking starving. Do people use their usernames or their actual names? I mean, dude, that was like the worst thing was like, I would say most people put like their Discord name and then their actual name. So that's like what I did. But then you had like a lot of people that just put their real name. And so I'm like, dude, like, I don't know, like, you need to put your Discord name. Cause like, I feel like I'd be looking at people and be like, this dude keeps looking at me. Have I talked to you before? Like, oh, wait, what's your, Phil? I don't know any Phils. Oh, I'm Baba. Oh, like, hey, how's it going? So anyway, yeah, there were people who just put their like first name, but then I'm like, oh, okay, now I know who you are based on your Discord name. So, did you recognize me? I put my real name. Okay, bud. All right, then. So, anyways, what do we got? I'll get to the build in a second. Show the watch. Yes, this was the Kaze that my brother brought. Oh, oof.
Top 3 boards from the meetup.
Let's get the lighting fixed. I'll come back down there in a second. Yo, what's up, Gerald? Top 3 boards from the meetup, dude. So. I'll be honest with you, I was actually a little bit mad. I was a little bit mad at the end of the meetup because I just talked so much. I talked too much and I didn't get to look at like half the boards. So I top three boards. We'll just say Kaze's out of the question, and any of the boards I brought are out of the question. I'm not gonna be that narcissistic. I would say Kaze. So I'll go like out of the ordinary and say that the board that Teha brought, that's like kind of like you type like this. I don't know what it's called, but I actually do want to type on it. I want to type on it. I didn't get the hot suit. That looked pretty sick. I do want to type on that at some point. So that one was cool. I did see a Keycolt 265 with the purple bottom. That was pretty sick. Type on it like this, like you're hacking. And then it is a board that I technically have now. I'll show you guys in a second, and it was the polished IU. Can we get a camouflage version and call it the kamikaze? Oh, okay, bud. Do it the camo Cerakote. The 265 with purple bottom is a grill board for sure. Yeah, that purple in person is super nice purple. Super nice. I saw a copper bottom at a meetup. What? Was it the like the raw swirly one? Yo! Dot Nick with the tier 1 16-month streak. Man doesn't miss. What's up? Whole lot of mumph? Sir? I can't show my face in SoCal ever again. Shoho, I'm not gonna put you on blast. I will not spill your secrets. All I will say is, well, we'll get to the stories in a second. All right, let me finish with the boards real quick. I'll do a synopsis of the night, so that you guys can infer what happened. Raw with machine marks. Yo, damn. I do have a commissioned number 2 TKL coming. That's brass with the machine marks. So I can't wait to see that. But I bet you the copper's pretty freaking epic. Are you gonna show how to use the TX stabs later? I'm trying to figure out how to use those disc thingies. Yo, Carl. So what I've noticed is if you do have TX stabs, it depends on the PCB, right? So it depends on, let me see if I have a PCB here. Basically the hole that you know how it goes, the clip in goes in and then kind of spreads out, right? It depends on the diameter of that hole. So if that diameter is like tight, super tight, and it goes in and it doesn't spread out that much, then those little disc things won't fit from what I've found. Which is fine, because if it's that tight, then it's not gonna be moving around anyway. If you're using a PCB that has like a bigger diameter hole, and you put it in and it spreads out, that disc kind of goes in there to basically secure it. Does that make sense? That's based on the boards that I've built. Majority of the boards I built, it didn't actually need those little like disc things. So don't know if you said this. Oh, this is E White. Yes, this is E White. I'll show you real quick here. This is E White. It even has the badge to match the. There you go. It's a better picture there. Show you guys the bottom here. This one has the brass weight, which I don't know if I've shown a brass weight one on stream yet. Yo, back from cooking dinner. Yo, Evan, what did you have? Shoho pooped himself? Doesn't everyone go number 2 at some point in their life? Come on, don't make fun of the man. I don't remember Ryan, Sandy, and Nick coming. I'm trying so hard to put the stories off until after we talk about keyboards. But yeah, dude, this E White turned out fantastic. I love this E White. I always judge E Whites based on sliminess and matteness, right? So there's some E Whites that you like touch it and it's just like, it just feels like slimy and it's shiny, and I don't like that. I think my round 1 volcano was like that, and it's just kind of slimy to touch. There's other E Whites that are like super matte, where there's like no luster at all. Not a huge fan of that either. I like it somewhere in between. I also don't like the E Whites that are like blinding white. As you can tell, this is not a blinding white, nor is it shiny or matte. It's kind of in between. It's almost like white with like the slightest gray hue, if that makes sense. I'm trying. Oh, here, I'll show you something that's like true e-white. This one actually might be. No, the bleach. I don't have the. Is this the bleach one? I think it actually looks pretty similar. You can't really see it over the camera, but it's like slightly more on the gray side. Vegan omelet and hash browns. Yo, let's go. Oh, okay, got you. That's super helpful. Thank you. You got it, dude. I didn't go to the brewery after the meetup. Dude, I needed food. I cannot drink if I need food. Hi, Ryan. I called dibs on this Kaze. Wow, you're gonna have to fight X Little Man. This is his board. The U80 started shipping. I did. I saw that. I saw the U80 started shipping. That was the first board that I told Sandy to join the group buy for. Wow, I've known her for that long, huh? She was like, is my Rama board ever coming? Am I gonna get this Rama board? So now I can say that it's finally coming. I bought pizza for everyone at the brewery? No, shoot. Damn. Pizza was lit, Carl. Where was the pizza from? Yo, what's up, Reagan? Crazy, it's been over a year. We both got the soya, so it was like that kind of like off-white colored one. So, put this away real quick. We'll pop this one back out. Dude, my camera changes. Look at that. Changes color real quick. I was gonna say in certain lighting, looks like it's a little gray, little silver gray. Exactly. So, but what happened at the we went to the meetup, and then a lot of us headed to Bolsa. So if you guys have been to Bolsa Supply, epic vendor, Vincent's an amazing dude. We hung out there for a bit. Shoho was there, along with a bunch of other people, but for some reason I feel like it was the Shoho show. But he kind of stole the show on that one. Maybe his name has something to do with a little bit of prediction there. But anyways, the next day I had to wake up super early because we went snowboarding in Big Bear. And funny enough, Vincent, who runs Bolsa, he ended up going on the same day. So I met him up there, and I posted it on my Instagram. I don't know if you guys saw it, but I went snowboarding with him as well. So that was super fun. It's always the Shoho show. All right, let me go grab a mineral for later because I did get a redemption, and I'll be right back. All right, we're back. I got the yellow first, but I was able to switch to the soya couple months ago. Oh, they let you switch afterwards, huh? So for the mineral redemption, I will show you a necklace that I purchased. It does have minerals in it, so it's pretty unique in the sense that this was all hand done, right? So this guy hand engraves the metal as well as fabricates it himself, right? So this one's pretty sick, right? So it's got this bale, right? A bale is gonna be the piece of metal. It's gonna be a piece of metal that holds the rope or the chain, right? So you're gonna slide a chain through here, so you can wear it as a necklace, right? So he hand engraves all of this, and I'll do a close up in a second, but it's pretty insane. So you have a crystal right there, as well as a crystal on top there. Check it out, pretty sick. The more you look, the more you see, right? Check out the side there, even engravings on the side. And then we flip it over. You have a heart in like the very middle. Looks clean. I wouldn't think it was hand carved if I saw it in person, right? So the coolest thing about this, in my opinion, the engravings are super sick, right? Engravings are super sick, but boom. Look at that. He actually puts crystals in it. I believe the top one was I think these two are, I think these are sapphires on the left and the right. I want to say that one might be a Savorite garnet or something. And then you flip it over. Those for sure are yellow sapphires. I know that. Kind of sick, right? So when you're wearing it and you're looking down at it, you can see these on the top. And then when you pick it up, you got the yellow on the bottom. Pretty sick, right? So, anyways, there is your mineral redemption for the day. What the heck is that thing? It is a necklace, believe it or not. But I like to think of it almost like a key. Kind of reminds me of a key. So, yo, what's up, HP Deskjet? That's some crazy detail. But anyways, so what else do we have? I'll show you guys real quickly here. One of my favorite boards from the Meetup, and I think you will see why. Who made that? Dude, I can't remember. It was on Instagram. I totally forgot who it was. I totally forgot. I know, I should know. I bought it so long ago. Like those Western necklaces, kinda like a brooch kind of thing. But this one you just put on a chain. This I gotta keep a keyboard here, otherwise the camera keeps changing it to orange. Yo, have you received Yuru yet? I have not. I have not received it yet. It's coming Wednesday. I purchased the Yuru base Latin set as well as the Yuru Rama. So pretty excited for that to come. I'm actually gonna be. My brother's actually gonna be taking Perestroika off the E-White Kaze and putting Yuru on it. So that'll be pretty cool. But anyways, here we go. Check this thing out. A little sneak peek of a build I have coming up. Oof. Big, big, big oof. Look at that thing. Should have copped the Hiragana base. Pretty nice. Is it sub-legend or is it like all Hiragana? I regret not getting in on Yuru. Yo, Evan, have you received your Yuru yet? I wasn't even aware. At that time, I think I was like boycotting GMK sets. And then Curse told me that Yuru was super lit, and so he got it, so I had to get it. Have you got yours delivered yet? Landon is the one that got Yuru, but you didn't get it? Oh, Yuru's the one that you missed that you wanted to get. So Curse told us about Yuru. He's like, oh my god, this is the sickest set ever. Like, oh my god, you guys got to get it. And so he told his brother about it. He told me about it. He's like, oh my god, you guys, like, you're gonna be stupid if you don't get this. And then it was like a day after it ended. We're like, yeah, we both got it. Did you get it? And he was like, it ended? Are you serious? And I'm like, dude, you're like, I don't even feel bad for you at that point. Dr. NRCR, yo, what's up? How's it going? Honestly, not many GMK sets interest me. Yeah, it's pretty. I don't want to say it's like hard to impress me these days, but like with GMK sets, but I definitely lean more towards the green and the red sets, I would say. But take a look at this. This is Perry's IU, and couple fun things about this board, right, dude? Look at this might be the. I've had a lot of lilac boards. I've had a ton of lilac boards. Probably like between 5 and no, probably more, closer to 10 lilac boards. This might be my favorite lilac. Might be my favorite. This thing just pops. Look at that. Look how the freaking light hits it. Oh my god. You have to love the set and love it for 2 years until you get it. Exactly. I would say CRP is better, but the lead time on it is so atrocious. How is CRP doing? It's got to be like, are those shipping soon or no? It's like 9 months. Yikes. So, okay, January is not okay. All right, so we got 1 month. Frost Switch would look amazing on this. We'll take a look at the side profile there. Pretty slick. One thing that is super unique about this board, right, is this internal weight right here. So this is like this is a 2-piece weight, right? So you have this inner portion that is the same color as the case. And then we flip it over. Oof. Oof. Oh my goodness. Dude, I saw this at the meetup and I was like, you gotta be kidding me. You gotta be kidding. Where is my... Oh! Pretty insane. I would become a weeb for this. This isn't Japanese. Wow. Dude, yeah. So IU, Perry's running IU. This is normally sandblasted stainless steel, right? He did have 2 of them made in polished. So this is actually my unit. This is, well, look at my fan. My fan looks nuts on it. So I did get the polished one on here. Pretty sick. One thing to note, right? So if you take a look, I gotta get my spudger out for this one.
What's up, homies?
Yo, what's up, Juan? How's it going? How's it going? Well, what is that board? This is the IU from Perry. I just hide my screen from my girlfriend. That's so hot. Yo. So interesting, right? So if you notice on the O's, right? On the O's, if you didn't have an internal weight, these wouldn't be possible, right? So kind of just wrap your head around that real quick, right? So this internal weight here, this piece right here actually is separate and pokes through on these O's or circles, right? Then you have the stainless steel polished as another piece, and then you have the case bottom as another piece, right? So I'm sure Perry could have come up with some, you know, easier font or design where you wouldn't have to account for that. But I'm pretty happy with how it turned out. So. Mismatch is almost not visible in person. So he did say, so obviously this piece and this piece, these are anodized separately, right? Because one's a bottom case, one's an accent. But he did say he had a couple other lighter ones too that I could swap out for these O's. But it's really not that noticeable. I think my camera's making it seem like even more aggressive than it is. So. But yeah, this lilac turned out fantastic. Super low USB port there. Obviously, we have like that kind of shoebox seamless design. And then you have all the screws on the bottom. Pretty cool. But yeah, when I saw this, I was like, damn, I feel like he did the perfect amount of chamfering on the bottom case and the polished weight here. I'll zoom in and I'll show you guys kind of what I mean. But I feel like if there was like a bigger chamfer on the case and the weight, it'd look kind of cheesy. If there was no chamfer at all, it would just be completely flush, and I don't like that either. I feel like there's a tiny chamfer, and he hit the nail on the head with it. Do you guys see that? How there's like a tiny chamfer? So I thought he did a perfect job on that. Obviously this is got the signature there. We got your boys at B&E over there, and then you have prototype over there as well as the logo there. So this one is a prototype. I believe, don't quote me on it, but I believe the GB run of this will be a little bit different. So, I like how Perry does bezels too, to be honest. Yeah, so these bezels are quite nice, right? So it has that classic thinner on the sides, thicker on the top and bottom. If you were to compare this to like a Keycolt, like the Keycolt has a bigger forehead, I believe, than the bottom. But this, I believe this looks like it's symmetrical on the sides and then symmetrical on the top and bottom. Different logo? I believe so, yeah. So. Yo, what's up, Gian? How's it going? Such a clean board. It really is. I think this board turned out absolutely fantastic. So. With that low USB port, I assume there's a daughter board. Yes. Pretty cool cutout for the daughter board as well, right? Look how deep that cutout is for the daughter board. Let me show you a side angle there. Super deep cutout to enable the board to have that low of a USB port. The GB version probably won't say prototype. That is correct. You can install a pool. I know, right? It has like a what's it called? An ocean entrance on that one. But the angle of this, it's actually not a huge. If I had to guess, I don't know exactly, but if I had to guess, I'd probably say like 5.5, maybe 5. It's not super high angle. I can check. Yo, Shoho, could you check for me? Yo, Busy Timmy with the gifted tier 1 to Gian. Let's go. I appreciate that. 8? No, this is not 8. Get out of here, Raz. You're drunk. Olympic swimming pool? Is this anode locally? This is not anode locally. No, this is not. This was anode at the manufacturer. It's 8. Dude, there's no way this is 8. What? Are you serious? Is it because the front is so... Wait. Damn, you're right. Huh. Wow, that was quite that was a mind F for sure. I thought this was a way lower angle, but I think it's because of the super low front height. 16.5 front height. Wow. I have the file in front of me. Okay, Shoho, no need to get all official on this, okay? I mean, gotta make room for a swimming pool somehow. Yo. Anyway, so this was one of my favorite boards from the meetup for sure. Definitely super nice weight on that one. All right, I believe that is all of the show and tell. I have so many boards that I need to show you guys that like I got in, but I don't think we got time tonight. I'm trying to think. I'll show you, I'm gonna be building 2 boards this week, right? Because we do have the group buys coming. Let me pull it up real quick, just so I can give you guys a kind of a little calendar of it. So we're gonna be building the Kryn, and we're gonna be building the X60 V2 this week. So I'm gonna do 3 streams this week, which is gonna be a lot for me. But we have both those group buys coming up, and I want to get these build streams in before the group buy. So I believe it's gonna be Wednesday and Friday. We're gonna be building the Kryn, a green one. I'll show you real quick. So this will be the green Kryn. Actually insane colorway. I told Anna over at Cannon Keys, I was like, yes for sending me the green one. That was a fantastic call. So this is an FRL TKL, right? So there's no FRO on this one. Yo, what up, Bitter Seeds? Let's go, bud. And we do have the infill on there. Super nice. Zondat is going to be dropping off the X60 V2 on Wednesday. So I will have that one to build this week, as well as the Kryn, and both GBs are within the next week, so I think they will be super timely. But that's the schedule for the week, all right? Without further ado, let's check out the switches. I got a little story about these as well. So these are the prototype Linney inks, right? So Dale is running these with Mekibo, and these are meant to be, show you my Linney real quick. So the stem is supposed to color match with this portion right here. It's almost like a light reddish orange, right? So Dale Snail's running these with Mekibo. Couple things to note about these switches and why they're special, right? So obviously we've had a couple ink recolors lately. I can't think of. Has anyone done a translucent ink recolor lately? Or have they all been like opaque, like the 8008s, the Baltics? I think the CJs have an ink mold, but it's just a clear top. So I don't know if anyone's done a full ink recolor yet. That's the perfect board for GMK Botanical. Oof. My GMK Botanical is just sitting here, so I might be throwing that on there. CJ are also polished. That's true. Yeah, these are milky. Yeah, that's true. So, these are the prototypes. The stems turned out a little bit more orange, and I'll show you guys what I'm talking about. So, it's like slightly more orange. which is part of the process, right? These are a color sample prototype. I did have, let me just check this real quick. Nice. So Popcorn over at Meetup got the new stems in, right? Because we were happy with how the housings turned out on these. I'll zoom in real quick for you guys. These are fantastic color switches. This reminds me of Gatorade Frost. Right? The housings turned out fantastic. But the stems were a little bit too orange, so we went back. They went back to Gateron, and here's the new stem. It's like a perfect match, right? So pretty stoked about those. These are super smooth. Really smooth. And if you guys know me, I'm a huge ink fanatic. I love inks, and these are amazing. I had Uber Sloth lube these for me, so these are lubed and they are filmed. I believe, yeah, we got white films on these. So we're gonna be using these in the AUS tonight. What I've noticed about other GAT recolors, right? So I have found that the 8008 inks as well as the Baltic inks are a little bit poppier than traditional inks, which is good and bad, right? Good and bad, depending on the build you're trying to do. So both of those were opaque, meaning solid color. They weren't translucent at all. These ones are translucent. Translucent to an extent, right? Almost like a milky GAT. So we'll see if these sound more similar to black inks or if these sound more similar to 8008. I would assume these are probably more similar to traditional inks, which I mean is good and bad, right? Additionally, different springs, right? So I end up putting TX springs in all my switches, basically. I use the TX 62 grams, and I believe, let me pull up so I can give you guys an exact. Do you like TX more than Sprit? I do. Not only do I like the spring more, but I also like the company a lot more as well. TX. So if you do, there is a Keycap for it, right? So if you do, what do we have here? Linney inks. We'll go to the Keycap. Interest check is open. Let me just find. I believe there's going to be two spring variants, but yes. All right. So there's two spring variants. There's 55 gram and there is 65 gram, right? And these are TX springs. So you're not. If you already use TX springs, you're going to be saving money right there. If you're like me, it's just gonna save a bunch of hassle having to spring swap. I would still lube these, obviously, but you'll save money and time having to move over the springs. So, TX springs are the best. Why do any other spring? That is exactly. I mean, literally every switch I have in every single one of my boards has TX springs. I did this like way before I even streamed either. I was no bias there. I've tried Sprit. I've tried, what was it? Thok something. I tried two-stage. I've tried long. I've tried tons of different springs. Cat Wee Wee springs, everything. TX are my favorite, right? Do you have a referral code for a vendor that sells TX springs? I don't, but if you buy it on Meetup, support Popcorn, that's good enough for me. TX 67 gram is the best spring. I do 62 gram and 65. If the switch is like ridiculously smooth, like no scratch at all, I'll put in 65s. If there's like a slight amount of scratch, I'll put in 62s. Sorry, opposite of that. Opposite. If it's super smooth, I'll do the 62s. 65s. Oh my goodness. TX long 65? Damn. Dominique sells TX Springs. Yo, there you go. What are your thoughts on long pull switch mods? I find the typing sensation is nice, but it makes me type less accurately at fast speeds. I think if you're purely going for the long pull sound, which does sound amazing. It does sound amazing. I personally think it's a little bit of a novelty. Right when I build a board with lobbing holes, I'm like, wow, like this sounds amazing. Like it's like addicting. The sound is kind of addicting. And then after I use it for a couple days, I'm like, I just don't like the feeling of the pull bottoming out, and I get over it. So I don't currently have any long pull boards, just because I know I get over it. Yo, SJ, what cameras are you using? I am using a 6400, A6400, and an A6300. Do you like standard or long? I actually like 62 gram or 65 short. Short are my favorite. This guy needs more soju? Say no more. we do. Oh my god, we're an hour 20 and I haven't even freaking shown the board yet. Yikes. Yikes. All right, you guys have been derailing me quite a bit here. TX Springs have a lot of cushion to them, which is why I like them so much. I do feel like they have a soft bottom out. I agree with you, Remsky. Do you have time for spring education? How do short and long feel different? That's tough. I feel like maybe chat will correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe short isn't as long as long. There we go. I feel like long is kind of is heavier at the top. I would say I'm probably a little more accurate. I don't fat finger as much, but I just don't like the travel distance. I don't, or the compression rather. Initial force is different. That's what I'm getting at, right? So I personally do not like long like at all. But K3Z on the other hand, he puts 55 gram longs in all two of his MX boards because he's got like 15 Topper now, so we can just kind of like don't mind him. I like short springs. So some people like would you say Gat yellow springs are technically like kind of like long, right? They're a little bit more force at the top, right? If I'm correct. So anyway, all right, I'm gonna take this shot. I'm gonna hit the little boys' room, and then we'll get to building. Thanks for the education. Hopefully it was enough education. I'll be honest with you. I'm the type of person who I find what I like, and it's very hard to persuade me otherwise. So I like 62 gram short, 65 gram short, and I pretty much am completely closed-minded to other springs unless someone's like, you have to try these. So I stick with those. So, all right, give me 1 second here. All right, we are back. When will Lil Stacks move to Topra? Dude, so I got my Evia, I got my Real Force, whatever's I needed for them, I don't know what they're called. I got my desk key sliders. I got my something else that K3Z gave me. So the only thing I need right now is the HHKB Pro 2 PCB, which RCL Yay, shout out to Ryan, who I met in person for the first time at the meetup. Super swell guy. He's providing the PCB. So I now have everything to build my Evia. I saw him posting want to buy. I told him it was my fault. I told him I wanted to buy a black HHKB Pro 2 because I wanted the keycaps. But I totally forgot I have the keycaps. I kept them when I sold the board. So he's like, oh dude, I have PCBs lying around. So he's sending me one. So that ended up working out quite well because I don't need the whole board. So yo, what's up, Lil Bonaparte? Chat without John. It's our time to rise up and take over the stream. How okay, bud. I'm glad no one took you up on that offer. Ryan's so nice. I know, dude. So nice. What a nice guy. He brought me an acai bowl before the meetup. But anyways. All right. So we got our Linney switches here. Really excited to try these out. We are going to be building with. See what keycaps I have here. So this is kind of a custom set we got. It's gonna be have the I've shown this before, but it's got the GMK Burgundy mods with alphas that are the same colorway on the background color as well as the text, right? So I'll show you guys more on that when I put them on. This has kind of been a go-to set of mine for a bit. All right, we're an hour and a half in. I think it's time to get to the build. Anarchy isn't that what the West Coast is all about? Dude, pretty much, huh? Dude, California is like, I kind of want to move to Texas. Ryan says that, dude, he said that, he goes, man, like, ever since I've been here, it's just everyone here drives a Tesla. It's actually insane. Like it's every car here is a Tesla. And he goes, I get why. Because gas here is $5 a gallon. And he goes, I think he said that in his part of Texas, gas just hit $2 and people were like having a fit. So kind of crazy. All right, let's check it out. Yeah, Vancouver, I think Seattle. That he said $2 unless he was yanking my chain. 267 regular and ATX. There you go. When I visited Cali, specifically San Jose and Cupertino, I saw like 100 Teslas in 2 weeks. Dude, right? Right? Nice TX plug right there. Dude, as if TX needs any more hype. These sold out, 300 sets sold out in less than a minute. Insane. Actually insane. But I did talk to Popcorn, and I noticed. Let me see if you guys noticed the same thing that I noticed. There's two things that I noticed, and they're both on the side. And they both are quite interesting in my opinion. So there are win-keyless sets and there are win-key sets, right? But more importantly, I noticed black, and it's a sticker. That to me says that there could potentially be either white ones or clear ones or colored ones in the future. That's what I gather from this, because why would they put black on here if all of them were gonna be black? These are the things that I think about, right? So we'll see how that unfolds. But right now they only sell black. But I do see this as a sticker, so we'll see. 30 cents more expensive per liter here in per liter? Is that how you guys measure it? So we do have we got TX stabs there. Let's take a look here, right? So we are building. Chicago got 350 gas and I was losing my shit. Yeah, I definitely don't miss paying for gas. That is for sure. Product manager mode, Ryan. Yo. Hi, Josh. Rizma says hi, Josh. So I'm saying hi, Josh, as well. How's Josh doing tonight? All right, let's take a look. So, for those of you that have been keeping up with Elaine and Singa keyboards recently, she has been a very busy bee. She's been doing a ton of commission collabs, right, with different regions and countries, right? So maybe someone can add on if I'm missing, but there was the Singapore one, I believe there was the Malaysia one, the Australian one, and the Vietnam one. I think those are the only regional commission ones that have been out so far, right? Unless I'm missing. Text corn when? Yo. That'd be pretty sick. Get a text corn with like a big bald eagle on the bottom or something. US cannot do anything right besides win wars. Whoa. Interesting choice of switches for a smoked PC corn. Quinn? I think it's time to go back to bed. Are you not approved? I'm telling Dale and I'm telling Popcorn. Do you guys like, that was my version of the Alex Soto's zoom in. Gotta have the Longhorn on the TX corn. Yo. Blale. Subscribe with the Prime. What's up? Welcome. I appreciate you. What are you typing on? Stubble zoom? Dude, I have like a mustache growing right now. I shaved for the meetup, and we all know, if you guys are my loyal viewers, we all know I can't shave like within 3 days, otherwise I get razor burn, so you guys are just having to deal with it. More alcohol? I already had freaking 2 shots. Are you joking my ass? Alright, I will take you up on that in like 2 seconds. Yo, Blale gifted a tier 1. Let's go, and Rizma subscribe to tier 1. You guys are on fire tonight. Let's go. This is the Ryan out of 25. Typing on an NK65. How is it? I have never typed on an NK65. Those did interest me though. I remember when it came out, it was quite a big deal. The value in it. So, yo, the Cancerous 86 gifted a tier 1 sub. Let's go, paying it forward for my gift. What a legend. I appreciate you. What a good guy. Cancerous. What are you typing on? I need to know, everyone that subs, I need to know what you're typing on. John is gone for 1 day and we have people already gunning for a ban? Who's gunning for a ban? Let me at him. You did a typing test on it. I did. I meant the aluminum one. I did a typing test on the plastic one. I meant the aluminum. Sorry. Because I remember the aluminum one was like this. Was it like stamped metal or something like that? Dude, you guys know my boards better than I do. I think at this point I have built over 100 boards on stream. I did a calculation. I think I built over 100 boards on stream. So I honestly forget what I build, which is probably the good ones I remember for sure. I'm on a plateless F1 right now. Yo, that flex though. The flex with the F1 and the actual flex with the F1. The guy who questions your switches. Yo, we got a level 2 hype train. Let's go on this Is this still Monday? Last I checked, it's still Monday. My goodness. Membrane keyboard because I broke the ribbon cable on my Q1. Big Sag. Yo, how do you, can you fix that? Does Keycaps send you a new one, or is it fixable? All right, so the board we're building tonight is one of the commissions. This is from the Australian commission, right? And there are a couple neat features about this one. Yo, Nexy gifting a tier 1 sub to Marksy. Yo, I know Marksy. I appreciate you, Nexy. What are you typing on? What do we got here? Dolphin 2021. Juan, what color did you get? Oh, we got a little Bonaparte. All right, shots coming in early. We're gonna do it now. I appreciate you. We hit the level 3 hype train. Let's go, bud. Dude, you continued the gifted sub. Those are my favorite. You guys are all my favorite, but my favorite are the ones that continue their gifted sub. And we got Marksy gifting one to Clackers, dude. Blail gifted a tier 1 sub to Jeffrey the Huawan. Let's go. I appreciate you guys. Look at that freaking hype, level 3. Let's go. All right, taking a shot for you guys. This is my 3rd one of the evening, but you know, we're getting lit here. Speaking of getting lit, I got a funny story. I'll tell you a quick story real quick. So, I'm too poor right now for another subathon. All right, little Bonaparte, you just let me know when. We're gonna base my subathon around you. More gifts than Christmas tonight. Yo. Not Ryan's favorite? Oh, every time I try and say your name, I mess it up. Kanakunki. Kanakunsi? Alright, I don't know why I put like the accent on that. But, alright, March it is. Subathon in March. So, we had the little meetup on Saturday. We went to Bolsa afterwards. Had a very eventful night. Let me just say that Chongosaurus, aka Susboards, is a beer pong champion. But aside from that, Vincent, who owns Bolsa, I went snowboarding with him the next day, and we did our first lap. It was in Big Bear. Snow was like kind of and we get to the bottom, and he's like, "All right, dude, I can't drink anymore after last night. Like, I'm so hungover right now. Blah blah blah, all this stuff." Literally 5 minutes later, he's coming over with like. He's holding like 4 shots, and then his buddy's holding like 3 shots, and he bought tequila shots for everyone, and they were like double shots. So we all took tequila double shots at the bottom of the lifts. I already had my Baileys and peppermint schnapps hot chocolate, so I tanked the double shot of tequila and the coffee, and so I was pretty much lit the next like 2 runs. But we're continuing that here. Let's go. All right, we're doing some work here on this bottle. Let's go. Whew. All right, I appreciate y'all. We got the level 3 hype train. Meetup looked awesome. Dude, it was so fun. That was my first meetup in like 2 years. It had been so long since going to a meetup that this is my first meetup since I started streaming. That's how long it's been. So, tell us the beer pong story? No, dude, I walked up to Bolsa and like, it was... Yo, little Bonaparte gifting a tier 1 sub. Let's go. Let's go, bud. I appreciate you. You're a legend, but you already knew that. Thinking about going to my first meetup on Sunday. Any advice? Yeah, so real quick, do you guys, I mean, I'm sure there's some people like, if you have access to go to a meetup, like what reservations do you guys have? Like, have you ever like thought like, oh, like I really want to go, but like, I don't know, kind of nervous about going, might be kind of weird. Like, if you've never been to a meetup and you have access to go to one, they're so chill. Like literally, even if you don't want to talk to anyone, you could just walk in, put your board there, walk around, check out everyone's boards. Even if you don't want to be social, everyone that I've ever met at a meetup is super cool. So definitely don't have any reservations about going. If you want to learn from me, don't bring too much. I think I brought so much to the meetup that I didn't even unpack like half of it because there's no space on the table. So big social anxiety, dude, it's the best for social anxiety because, well, first off, bring a mate if you can. Bring a friend. You two can just kind of mosey around, check out people's boards. Everyone, I mean, it's a mechanical keyboard community. I will tell you one thing. Everybody is less toxic in person. It's very easy to be toxic on behind a keyboard, behind a screen. But, yo, Lil Bonaparte's on a freaking roll tonight. You just wanted that 100% level 4 hype train, didn't you? Let's go, dude. Imagine being toxic. So if I had to say anything, it would be in person, everyone is super nice, right? Definitely a lot less toxic than online. It's so nice to see someone face to face and talk to them, a real person, instead of just behind a keyboard on Discord or something like that. But definitely don't have any social anxiety over it. The cool thing about it is you can just walk around, check out everyone's boards. You don't have to talk to anyone. If you see someone standing next to their board and you know it's theirs, you can talk if you want to. You don't have to if you don't need to. That's the best thing, right? There's no expectations. So I would say if you want to be like the least anxious as possible, just don't bring a keyboard. I know sometimes I'll bring a keyboard and then the whole time I'm like, oh, so how's my keyboard doing? Is it okay? Like, sometimes there'll be keyboards next to others. You don't know how careful people are being. They could, hit someone else's keyboard or whatnot. But I would say if you're trying to tone it down to the minimum, don't bring a keyboard. Just cruise around, check it out. But yeah, it's pretty cool. Everyone's been super nice. I heard people talking shit about my board. That hurt? Yo. Okay, well, I guess if you're walking by your board and you're just like, listening to people's comments after they type on it, then you're kind of asking for it. So, was the recent SoCal meetup invite only? Yeah, it was basically just a small group, a Discord group that we have for SoCal. So it was good seeing a lot of people. Some people even flew in too, which was kind of cool. But if I see a Kaze, dude, I'll put it this way. Everyone is so cool. I brought this to the meetup, right? I brought this to the meetup with all the artisans in it. I placed it there along with a bunch of other boards, and no worries at all. No one's stealing shit. Everything's cool. Was the Lube Goblin there? He was not. I tried to get Krelbit to come, but apparently he was doing other cool stuff. So, anyways, that's my third shot of soju recap. But yeah, thanks for the advice, man. I'm about 90% more confident. Dude, you better be 100. You better go. Actually, you know what? If I see you in my stream again, I'm going to ask you how it is, and you better have gone. Oh, we got Kick Shaz with the tier 1 for 3 months. Yo, Kick, what are you typing on? Huh? Yeah, it was a friend's meetup. Except I don't know who the Shoho guy was. I was even a little bit like weary about the first one I went to was in 2019, and I was like, dude, I felt super awkward going. I'm not gonna lie, definitely felt awkward going. So, all right, back to the board. So this was the commission ran through Elaine and technically TGR for the Unikorn for Australia, known as the AUS or the KoalaKorn, right? I always like to see the different takes people have on QC cards. Stickers are usually the same, JST is the same, daughter board's the same, O-ring's the same, PCB plate more or less the same. But the one thing I've noticed is the biggest difference are the QC cards. So this one came in a super spiffy case. Like, this is full-on photo card quality case right here. Someone definitely collects some sort of cards. You are Mr. Worldwide. Have both AUS and Viet. Yo, Mr. Worldwide. How did you tell Sandy that you were a keyboard streamer and had a small car in keyboards? She actually knew that I streamed keyboards before we started going out, so she knew what she was getting into. I'm up front with that sort of thing. All right, let's take a look at this QC card, right? Where's my spudger at? All right, let's take a look. All right, we obviously have Singa X TGR. The design was Treehouse, right? So this was ran through kind of keyboard Treehouse, more or less. This is serial number Ryan out of 25. There is definitely a funny story behind that one, but it is my name. It is November 4th, 2021. I don't know why the day is before the month. Some people are weird like that, but we do have a holographic sticker here that shows that this is not a fake. So kind of cool, right? So I'll put this up here. Choo choo. Yo, you guys are legends. Is that how you broke the ice with Sandy? I can't remember if I didn't, when I first met her, I didn't stream. That's how long ago I met her. Yeah. Keeb Nerd fell in the pros call. Dude, yeah, it's like, it's super hit or miss, right? Like Keeb Nerd, keyboards and streamer and all that crap could fit in like the negative category for some girls, or it could fall in the positive category for other girls. But you know what? At the end of the day, none of that matters because you're just doing you. You just got to find yourself a girl that appreciates it. So, because dude, Mr. Cuppo, I was being facetious, all right? I know they put the days before the months. I know, I'm joking. Oh my goodness. The US is just weird with the opposite. All right. So we do have, clearly I don't troll hard enough here. We do have 3 Ocelot stickers, which did come with my VKG Unikorn as well. Only the US do it backwards. All right, bud. We do have a JST cable here. Nothing fancy there. I'm gonna save that for later. I do have, I believe this is the traditional O-ring. Same O-ring that comes with all the other unicorns. So pretty standard there. It's okay, I got your joke. You are so funny, Ryan. Thank you. That's all I wanted. That's all I wanted. Dope stickers in USA only does things right. Have you seen our healthcare? Yikes. Dude. When I was snowboarding with Vincent from Bolsa Supply, I was they had some pretty, I used to be way more into park for snowboarding. Like I was definitely more street park oriented until I got a really bad concussion. Now I'm like pretty mellow. Like I'll still do boxes and stuff, but like no like crazy air poppy boxes. So I did a couple of the boxes and I went to Vincent and I was like, dude, like, are you gonna do any of the boxes? And he's like, bro, my healthcare hasn't kicked in yet. So healthcare is definitely a worrisome thing in the US here. So that was his reasoning. Did you have any issues with your McLovin FR4? Yes. So a couple things here, right? So I do have an FR4 plate from my VKG Unikorn. I keep calling it VKG Unikorn. It's not a VKG Unikorn. It is the GSK McLovin Unikorn, right? It is from Vietnam, but is not affiliated with VKG Group, right? So we do have the Unikorn there. I'll show you right there. Right? So I did grab my FR4. When I was asked if I wanted an extra plate in PCB, I had already stocked up pretty fat. I think I got like 5 PCBs and like 3 plates with my Vietnam Unikorn. So that's why I have this one here. It did have, like the Cancerous was saying, it did have super tight tolerances. So we aren't going to be using this. I just realized maybe let me see if this fits actually. Oh, dude, that's not bad at all. Do I like inks on FR4 though? I just realized I don't have an aluminum plate. It's being used right now. How are inks on FR4? It's like a build I've never done. What do you guys think? I have a copper plate too, but I don't think I want to do copper. Fits pretty nice. Yeah, feels good. Should I do it? I think we should do it, huh? I thought inks had I thought this would for sure have a tolerance issue because inks are usually pretty fat, but dude, like, let me try another one. I mean, that fits in pretty nice. I'll show you a copper plate I have. One second. Do it now. It has a little bit of patina on it, but I do have a copper plate. Dude, I don't think I've ever typed on a copper plate other than the TGR Paulus that I built. But these almost look kind of a little bit scary as well. Let's see. Yeah, that's not gonna fit. All right, FR4 it is, ladies and gentlemen. Check the enter key with the TX stab. That's a good call as well. All right, let's Did you ever do the OP Blacks build? What's up, Rebecca? I did, funny enough, and I put it in my Isla by Tom. I could take it out and put it in this one, and you know, we could just act like I built the keyboard. But maybe we should do some soldering with the Linneys, huh? It didn't work for me, hence I would recommend you to check before you start. All right, I will definitely do that. So you're saying that the TX stabs don't play nicely with this plate because this plate's pretty tight, right? We got the H60 PCB as well. The stab cutout's too tight. Okay, got it. Maybe I'll try mine out. If it doesn't work, then I might just use TX stabs for the backspace and the spacebar. How did those ones turn out? Were those ones okay? If you pull a finished build for this case, that does mean more story time. The enter didn't work for me. Got it. Okay. Well, we'll check that out in a second. I'll show you guys the board first. Thank you for the heads up. Saved me potentially a ton of time. I'm gonna put. I hate having a messy workspace. So let me clean this up here for a second. Okay, that's good there. Good night, Mr. Ryan. Sorry for spelling Sandy's name wrong last week. Are you still thinking about that? She forgot by now, don't worry. Dude, look at that. So, one of the reasons why I am so excited to build this board is one of my good friends, Cone Roamers, over there in the Netherlands, who I did get to meet in person as well. I met him up in Amsterdam about a couple months ago, and he is a huge Unikorn fanboy. If you've ever seen his YouTube typing tests, they are pretty damn epic. And he vehemently likes the PC more than the aluminum. His PC Unikorn with OP Blacks on aluminum is one of his favorite builds, like I think of all time. So the second I got this, yo Juan, this is Smoke PC. This is Smoke PC. So we got a Smoke PC Koala Unikorn. So I've been wanting to build this quite badly, which is why I'm doing it today, even though I have like 15 boards I have to build right now. I was like, you know what, we got to get this one built. So this is Smoke PC. We do have that koala in the middle there, looking super nice. If you guys recall, the McLovin GSK Vietnam Unikorn has the lotus flower with the unicorn in the middle. The outer plate was aluminum. This one is in fact stainless steel, right? So this one, and I'll show you guys kind of an interesting dilemma. If you give me 1 second, I'll show you 1 second. So over in designer world, if you ask me, as well as a bunch of my designer friends, the stainless steel on the back of the Jane, this is stainless steel, right? A lot of people think this is aluminum, but this is stainless steel. It is commonly agreed upon that this is one of the nicest stainless steel backplates done, right? We have tried to mimic this with other stainless steel, and for some reason it's so hard to get this lighter, like super fine stainless steel finish. Most of the stainless steel turns out like this. So these are both stainless steel, right? So most of the boards you see nowadays have this darker color. This is something that we've tried to replicate, but it's super hard. Which HHKB did Ryan have again? I have the Snow edition, the 25th anniversary. I was gonna get a Unikorn, but I got a Polaris instead. Yo, that board's sick too. Do you have an OTD? I don't have an OTD. I've typed on plenty though. This is a scratch. This is a scratch, and I did not do this scratch, for the record. You gotta talk to a bladesmith. I think it's all how it's tempered. Yo, definitely could be. Definitely could be. What switch would you recommend my 7V with if plateless? I would probably go inks or like some popus on that. Can you show it, please? You're gonna make me chair stream. All chat's gonna be mad at you again. Okay, there you go. So this is the only Topra board that I have until I build my Avia. This is the 25th anniversary Snow hybrid, and I got some bro caps on here as well. Pretty slick. Yes, this is the Japanese version of the Snow. So this was purchased from the JDM market. If you guys noticed, the Snow that was released in the US has all the writing up top, whereas this one is fully bare on top, which I think is my preference as well, right? If you bought the US version, I think it says like Type S and maybe something over here too, but there's no labels on it. So this was the one from Japan. Pretty cool. You can see right there. I wonder if the US one has, it probably has all that as well. But anyway. Okay, back to the regular scheduled program. You're welcome, sir. I noticed Perry got a lighter SS on some of the Jinsoles too. Yeah, so no matter how much we like stress with the manufacturer, like we really want this light stainless steel, I don't think anyone's been able to accomplish it. But that's kind of the comparison here. Both of these are stainless steel. This one's a lot finer. It's very smooth. The AUS is a little bit rougher. I mean, here, this is the best comparison, right? So listen, I'll show you. So listen to this. This is my nail, right? Right, and then here is the Jane. So it's a lot smoother. It's a lot smoother, right? Kind of just a preference thing. All right, gonna hit the hay. Feeling under the weather. Yo, go grab some vitamin C and zinc, my dude. I hope you feel better, Juan. Get some sleep. Look forward to the VOD. You are too kind. All right, so anyway, I just wanted to show you guys a quick comparison there. Obviously, additionally, the brass is a lot darker. These are both brass as well. So this kind of just shows you the different kind of finishes and coatings between the different metals, right? Stainless, stainless, brass, brass, way different colors, right? This is stainless as well. Okay. Back to the board. Let's take a look at the side profile. So we do have that traditional Unikorn side profile there. Nothing new on that front. Let's take a look at the back. This is also the same as well. I believe the Singapore one had SG right here, whereas this one just has the come on. Just has the Unikorn logo there. One thing you'll also notice about Smoke PC is when there is no build in it, it actually looks quite light. Like you can see my fingers here. It's pretty light, but once you put a build in there, fills up that void, it does turn quite dark. So that's pretty cool too. So right now it does look like it's almost more like lighter gray, but once we put the build in it, it'll be pretty smoky, right? Was there a price difference in the regional corns versus the regular corns? I actually think they were pretty similarly priced. Yeah, I think they were within like 10 or 15%, something like that, depending on the region, and obviously like the options that you chose. So, how did you get the KoalaKorn? I have a very, very good friend in Australia who vouched for me. But one thing that I did notice about this one that is different than the unicorns that I have had are the screws. I personally love the Torx screws that come on the normal unicorn. If you notice, these are just the normal Allen ones. I do like the Torx ones, so I kind of wish those were on here. Obviously, this is not a complaint at all, but just something that I noticed. I just think the big Torx look kind of cool, right? What else? We obviously have that super low USB port, super nice. But the best part about this board is that it happens to have my name on it. Let's take a look there. Love a good Ryan out of 25 KoalaKorn. Yo, same. I need a unicorn in my life. Dude, that looks pretty sick right on camera right now. I want a corn so freaking bad, and thankfully they are planned to return in 2022. Yes, so I'm always straight with you guys. If I feel like a board is kind of overhyped or even underhyped, I'll tell you my thoughts on it. As far as the Koala goes, I think it lives up to the hype. I'll be honest with you guys. It really does. So it types very nice. Wait, is this personal? This is personal. This is a personal build. Changing name to Ryan right now? Yo. The daughter board actually looks pretty cool in here as well. So you can see a big change, which I personally think it's a welcome change from the original Unikorn versus the R2.1 Unikorn is the that daughter board, right? So you do have the daughter board being routed in between the case and the weight, right? Kind of cool. I'm here. Did I miss it? What's up, Kazo? You most definitely did not miss it. And I definitely need a haircut. We need to get a haircut this week, fellas. Almost looks like it's Ultim with the brass behind it. A little bit, right? A little bit. I need a drop bear unicorn. What is that? Yo, Brando redeemed a random gem from the mineral collection. All right. We're 2 hours in, and I've barely shown the case. So I will give you I'll give you that redemption after I'm done soldering. Make it 3 hours? Yo. Did you build your personal memento yet? I did. I built it with Gat Lions, which I ended up liking, I think, a little bit more than the Milky Yellows. So, looks like the mistake worked out in your favor. It sure did. I would love to take full credit for this saying Ryan out of 25, but it just so happened that it was luck of the draw for me. So I am not going to take credit for that. All right. we do have the corn there. I'm using my FR4 plate from the Vietnam Commission. And I am using the Heine PCB that came with it. You also need to grab some alcohol as well. I took my third shot. What are you talking? Yo, Steve Madden. With the 300 gram spring leaf typing test. All right, dude, I got you. After the build, I'm gonna show you guys a mineral and I'm gonna do the leaf typing test. Don't you worry. Whoa, different mat. I got a new light setup here because, which affords me the opportunity to use a different mat. With the old one, if I used any mat that was dark at all, it just washed everything out. So I'm glad to see this one. My lighting is helping out here. We are gonna be using TX stabs. I did not lube these already. I'm very sorry, but I figured with all the people getting TX stabs, I will show you guys how I lube TX stabs because I did have, not to throw K Thrizzy under the bus, but I think he added too much lube to his and his were a little bit sluggish. So I'm gonna show you guys how much I use and I will warn you, these stabs have a very tight tolerance, just like the Stabies do. You don't need a lot of lube. It's just not needed. So I'll show you how much I put. It's less than normal stabs. So keep that in mind. If you're lubing your TX stabs the same as you're lubing your normal stabs, I think you're doing it wrong. Not to call you out. Where's the coffee point redemption? Dude, it's almost 9 o'clock. If I have coffee right now, I'm gonna be and ruin the stab without really noticing it until you check it. On the TX stab, it only fits in the bottom hole. So I think that's quite nice as well. I'm sure Makibo can hook you up with a Senkai mat. The coating is damn good. I spilled vape juice on it and it did not stain. Oh, is that the waterproof one? When I was over there, she told me that they had like waterproof desk mats for some of the runs. It has like a slight like sheen to it, right? It's a little shinier, if I'm not mistaken. I think it was only like a couple bucks more too. I'll have to get one of those. Are you saying I spill? Is this from my last stream, 2 streams ago, when I spilled my soju? Is that what you're getting at? Still can't believe I slept through the stab drop. Yo. They went so fast. I had people tell me that they set alarms for it, and they checked out like within 30 seconds and still didn't get it. So doing the stems and the housings pretty much the same as any other board. You don't want to, it's like you're lubing a switch. You're essentially lubing a switch right now. You're doing the switch housing and you're doing the switch stem. So you don't want to gunk it on there. Just making sure I put the stem in correctly. Yes, I did. I generally do all of my stems and housings first before the wires. I'm saying this because of the lube. Okay, all right. If you accidentally touch Dragon Balls, you will never get it off your fingers, and whatever you touch, dude, I hate it. Absolutely hate it. That's one of the reasons why I don't use BDZ anymore. That and the fact that I have to use 2 brushes. And cleaning it off the brush at the end is a pain in the butt. When is the next TX stabs drop? I don't know. Honestly, I don't know. This was kind of the big shipment that she got. 300 stabs were sold. Not only that, TX and Apex in Canada, they both had like 300 or 400 stabs. So that's how many stabs sold out. Not to mention 500 had already sold in Korea. So this shows you guys how popular those stabs are, and for good reason. All right, we're almost done with our housings here, and then I'll show you the how I do the wires, because it's pretty minimal, pretty minimal. TX stab so hyped, agreed, and it lives up to the hype. Are they making stab bots now? Yo. Dude, what kind of blows my mind is TX stabs, I believe right now, are the cheapest stabs on the market. Do you guys know any stabs that are cheaper? That would be worth using? Like $16? I don't know any other stabs that are under 20 bucks like that. I mean, unless you're looking at, I guess maybe, what are Durocs nowadays? Well, oh, Cherry OG clipping. Oh, okay. That's true. That's true. If you, I'm talking about like mainstream, like Duroc, C3, Wook Studio, or Wuku. I was part of the GB last summer. I ordered them when I had more cash to. Gotcha. C3 V3 are pretty cheap. Gotcha. Wuche, is that what it is? I always say it wrong. Thank you. All right. So this is how much I use for the wires, right? And I'll do an up close of it as well. So you know, on like the TX, I mean on normal wires, you want like kind of like a thick coating. On this one, you want to make sure, from what I've done, is you can still see the wire underneath, right? So this is about how much I do. This is a lot less than I do on other stabs. That's about how much I do. Okay. And you'll notice with the TX stabs, it's a super, super tight fit. So I'll show you the other one, then I'll blaze through these real quick. Okay, same deal. I try not to get too much on the elbow right here because it is a super tight fit. Look at how much I'm trying here. And it's even harder when you have lube on your hands. All right, I'm gonna blaze through these real quick. You saw how I did it. Just kind of go boom. You kind of don't have to try as much on this one to make it too even. Wuche X Kanekys lavender stabs are 16. Woo, true? Everyone's telling me it's spelled different or sounds different. What is the true sound? I learned from Who's stream that you can just syringe lube into the stem housing and not lube the wires at all. You can do that as well. You can definitely do that as well. I would say if you are going to do that, maybe just touch up the elbow a little bit after you're done. This part right here. That way you can get a little bit of lube there. Because if you do the syringe, you won't be able to, generally it doesn't make its way all the way to the front. All right, one more and then we are golden. The other thing I'll note as well, these are like super tight tolerances. So on the spacebar, when you are putting the wire into the housing, make sure you don't bend the wire because it does require a lot of force. So kind of hold it. If you try and snap it in like when you're over here, you're gonna bend the wire. So snap it in with your fingers like as close to the housing as possible, like that. That's pretty much it. So the only other step with these stabs would be this right here. And these are gonna go basically in between there. So depending on the PCB that you're using, that gap might not be big enough to fit. If it's not big enough to fit, chances are the stabs are already tight enough. So keep that in mind. If you don't use them, it's fine, in my opinion. All right. The joyous thing about clip-ins, don't have to deal with any screws. Interesting. Are there 2 7U spots on this? Huh. Wow. Ryan, I'll send you a pic. Let me know if mine... Okay, bud. All right. Okay, so we have the stabs clipped in there. Usually I'll do like a wiggle test. These are solid. That's for split. Yeah, I noticed this is for split. Look at that. So you could do one there and one there. So when you're building this, when you're using an H60, maybe specifically this one, generally when I build a board, there's only one 7U and I just plop it in. So definitely keep that in mind, that you could accidentally put this in the wrong 7U hole, right? Super tight. So what Carl was talking about before was, if we take a look at this opening right there. So if we're looking at this opening right there, I don't think we have enough space. I don't think we have enough space for one of these. We can try it out, but there's no play at all. So actually, I'm not even gonna try it out. It's not gonna fit. No play at all, so we're good. Seeing a diff Desmat on stream feels refreshing. Yo, let me show you guys something real quick. So after the last stream, I get this text message from Popcorn. Do you need a new desk mat? Your gaff one looks like it's been through a lot. I said, wow, pretty rude. I guess I could use one. So we can all thank Popcorn for my change of desk mat. All right, let's pop the rest of these in. Don't make the mistake of putting it in the wrong. Okay. But was it really a mistake? If you're doing split shift, I mean double spacebar. I see no lies. Bro, I need a new gaff mat myself. It's impossible to find them. I have my like absolutely trashed gaff one that I used every stream. And then RCLEA sent me a brand new one that was unused. Brand new. That's how good of a guy he is. So now I have like a pristine one for whenever I want to have like my normal setup outside of streaming. I love how H60 now has a stab direction different color thing. I know, right? Have you sent out the stabs from last week's giveaway? Not yet. John will be sending those out, I believe, on Wednesday. Man doesn't appreciate character in a desk mat. Imagine not splitting backspace on a 60. I will tell you right now that the backspace on a PC Unikorn is worth not splitting. It sounds that good, and I'll show you. All right, easy enough. No fiddling with screws. That's one of my favorite things about clip-ins. Now we do have the fitment test, right? So I was told we might run into some some issues with this plate. It's pretty tight, so let's see. Looks pretty solid to me. But maybe we need to try typing on it. Maybe put some switches in. Yeah. We're not quite in the clear yet. Not quite in the clear yet. Wooden desk mat equals desk. Exactly. Koala versus Singa. Singa made the KoalaKorn. All right. Let's do a little testy here. John the GOAT for real. He really is. John is definitely the GOAT. Of course, that's the only one I'm not using. Damn, that is a sexy board. Yo, what's up, DZ Slash? Dude, I love Caustic Anno. Oh wow, it's working for you. It could be the plate though. I could be the plate. I'm sure there were some other plates that potentially were a little bit tighter, but let's take a look here. Must be skills issue. Is it user error? Is that what that means? No. All right, let's take a look, right? Right, so if you guys know me, this is how I test stabs. We're gonna push it down halfway, right? This is full, this is about half, and then we tap. Solid, 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 solid. So there you go, zero ticking at all. Absolutely zero ticking, and that was the amount of lube that I used. These are not sluggish at all. Right? Perfect. Fits like a glove. Less ticks than a brand new pacemaker? Yo. I even used, check this out. I even used TX stabs on my Jane build that I did. So these are TX stabs in here as well. Kind of cool thing about this build is I used TX stabs and I used the Kaze plate. So I'll give you guys a little sneak peek. I have found, and hopefully no one steals my, maybe I shouldn't say it. Hopefully no one steals my idea, but I found that no one really stocks H87 or H88 layout aluminum plates. So I think I want to order a bunch of extra aluminum Kaze plates for anyone that would like them. I have one in my Jane right now, and it sounds fantastic. Like, listen to this spacebar. The Kaze plate kind of uses pretty cool cutouts. I'll show you guys here real quick. So they don't actually end, right? Very similar to the Kiku cutouts. So the stabs aren't trapped in there. No lie, might just have to commission the rest of my boards to Ryan so my stabs are lubed well? No, just buy TX stabs, use the amount of lubed I use. Trust me, It's very, very hard to mess it up unless you overlube. Just don't overlube. All right, let's get our switches in. Q2 is right there, yo. I can't freaking wait, dude. We've got some initial kazes in the hands of a couple streamers that we are trying to time the build streams of, and so far we've only heard good things about them. So I'm really proud and really excited for Kaze to finally launch. When are the streamers building? We're still finalizing the schedule right now, but I believe Kaze's will be built by your guys' favorite streamers. If your favorite streamers are the same as my favorite streamers, then we're gonna get some good shows. That's for sure. I'm gonna use a little banyo break, and I'll be right back. All right, we're back. No, it's from Hogwarts. That's where Ryan went to school. Yo, that was actually pretty funny. Yo, is that an Hermes pillow? It is. It is. Makes much more sense. Wow, you actually believed him? Yikes. Big Chicky Nuggy gets the most gullible chatter of the year award. Will Kaze have a SCA vendor? So Kaze will be going exclusively through Makibo, which I believe ships international, but I don't think we'll have a vendor allocation, an allocation for a vendor outside of Makibo. Grats on getting Pokey to stream Kaze build. Yo, that would be lit. But no, only, I believe, to my knowledge, only keyboard streamers will be building it. Other than Slander. Slander's gonna be coming on stream to build. Scott's gonna be building his on stream. So I would say that's the only. That one's a little bit tight. We're gonna take that one out. That's a weird looking tofu? What you talking about? Hey, psst, your Canon Keys sponsor link in your bio no work? Wait, really? Uh-oh. Thank you, Alex. How are you the only one to have told me this? The ramen champ? Dude, I need to get Tony out of retirement to build his Kaze on stream. You have two HTTPs in the link? Wow, okay, that was definitely my fault then. Let me see if I can fix that. I'll have you guys know I am not a coder in my day job here. Let's see. Let's see here. About. You're correct. Wow. Done. Done. Alex, you have been promoted to the best mod that I have. John has been demoted. Kaze Geon Glare TKO on Jaguar. Only keys I'm looking forward to. Yo, what's the Geon Glare TKO? How long do TX stabs take to start ticking? I actually don't know the answer to that. I have not done a build where they've started ticking yet. I don't think they've been out long enough to tick. I bet Pokey can't lube stab. I bet Pokey can't lube stabs like you, Ryan. Come on, give her some more credit than that. Coder. Wow, Popcorn's here. Everyone be on your best behavior. We've talked quite a bit about you, Popcorn, this stream. Only good things, of course. I leaked our DMs a little bit. It's okay. Nothing bad. You mean Googler? All coders do is Google everything? Wow. Mine is ticking? What? How much lube did you use? Can we has Nest for Christmas? I actually got word today. I need to get back to you, Alex, too. But I just got word today that they call it oxidation over there, but it's anodizing. I guess it's technically the same thing, but they said oxidation will be back today. It'll be ready for shipment. That is the latest update as of today, and those are all of the aluminum nerdness. So, pretty excited about that. Pog, let's go, dude. You guys took it out of me. So, that is the current state right now. I love being like as transparent with you guys as I can, and they know our expectation for anodizing. So I hope I'm fairly confident that when they send us QC pictures that that they're gonna be blessed and they're gonna be good, and then they'll be on their way to us. So I'm hoping we can get those up on our site quite quick. With the most unbiased opinion, did you feel your Linney ink batches were smoother than 8008s? I don't think so. No, I think the 8008s were probably the same. They're very smooth. They're very smooth. I would not say that one is probably smoother than the other. Both are pretty solid. Different than like if I were to compare the CJs and the Vermilion Birds, I felt like the CJs were quite a bit smoother than the Vermilion Birds. Nerdness soon is actually soon. Exactly. Please don't drop it on a weekday. I will tell you one thing. I have a day job, and I don't think that would behoove either of us if I dropped it on a weekday. Is Frumps gonna do an actual public collab with NRD, or were those caps exclusive? As of right now, the caps were kind of just meant for this like first like super early run. But Frumps is a buddy of mine, and I believe we are gonna be in talks with some other collabs in the near future. So definitely stay tuned for that. I don't have a Nest, Sag. I forgot to bring it. I'm sorry, Popcorn. I forgot to bring it to the meetup. I believe this is actually, I think this one's actually yours right here. Yikes. What color did you get? She got copper, so it's gonna be the same as this one here. I don't know what color I got. You're getting copper. Unless you want like a K3Z special like this one. This is actually brass. Hello? Hello? There we go. Cool lens guy. All right, bud. Don't call me guy. Popcorn, are the Artisan cases still in stock on your website? I'm not your guy. I'm not your buddy, man. Man, that K3Z is so special. He really is a very special human being. If you guys know what I mean. Wait, did you talk to Frums about going to our high school? Bro, okay, cursed. I have the most ridiculous story ever. So, if you guys know Frumps, he does Artisans, and by does Artisans, he's a wizard. Really, he is a wizard. So, hang on. Gotta turn the music up for this one. So, I was thinking of collab. I bought some, I'll tell you guys exactly what happened, right? So, I randomly stumbled upon his Artisans, right? I had never seen them before. I bought them on his website and they came in the mail and I was like, wow, like these are very nice. How have I not heard of his work before? So then I got in contact with him. I was like, hey, I have a couple kazes here that were kind of like from an initial batch that some streamers are going to be building ahead of the run, and I want to create some custom Artisans for it. And he was like super chill, super nice. And then I started talking to Kirst, who I also went to high school with, and he's like, dude, he went to our high school. And I was like, what? Because he lives in Vegas or Nevada. And I was like, no way. So I messaged him, I'm like, did you go to blah, blah, high school? He's like, yeah, I was this year. And I was like, wait. So we put 2 and 2 together. In high school, I used to airsoft with this guy in the cul-de-sac at my old neighborhood. I'm not lying. We had crazy airsoft wars, and I used to airsoft with him. And like, I didn't remember, right? And then yeah, dude, I used to airsoft with him. Do you remember Cassidy? Apparently he was like really good friends with Cassidy. So anyway, it's like paintballing with the little BBs. Yeah, Cassidy Flynn. He was like really good friends with Cassidy. And yeah, whatever. But anyways, so long story short, I've actually like hung out with him before. So that was kind of small world. But he did these ones here. Dude, look at how clean these are. Oh my god. A little dust on it though. So sick. And check this out. Look at the depth to this thing. Dude, this is so clean. So clean. Even the bottom is super clean. Super dope. The recent Naruto caps he did are chef's kiss. Dude, I know. Reminds me of a Plexi Speedy, right? Can I has this one on my Kaze? 100%, Michael. 100%. And speaking of, I got to check this out at the Meetup. Look at this thing. This is a TX Artisan case. And there are these custom silicone holders for the stems. So you can literally, look at this. How sick is that? Check this out. Then we have a magnetic top. How sick is that? I'll show you guys real quick what is this Nerd Nest V2? So it's funny because I feel like these complement each other so well, right? Because look at this. Look how the bongos look in it. The bongos look pretty sick. Especially, let's put like 3 next to each other, right? Check this out. So you can see the entire Artisan. Do a shake test? Dude, this is like, this is not going anywhere at all. These are so solidly in there. Right? And do a throw test. This acrylic is super clear too. So anyway, I thought this was like, Popcorn I felt like did not do, like, I felt like I had to take this upon myself to give Popcorn some credit for this because I believe these are still in stock on Makibo. And it's what? How much is this Popcorn? Like 70 bucks? These are still in stock on Makibo. Like, if you have a ton of Artisans, this is game changer, right? I feel like this is the perfect combo. You have this one for your like storage and your big display, and then you have the Nest to keep on your desk. 70 bucks. Crazy. Yeah, Popcorn just literally ninja dropped these like out of nowhere. I was showing these at the meetup and everyone's like, what is that? So anyways, I think this is gonna be my duo for sure. I'm gonna keep all my like storage in this one, and I'm gonna keep the ones I want to display on my desk in the Nest. Yo, what's up, Evorus, with the 16 freaking months? Let's go, bud. Sold out soon. I mean, it's like, yeah, this is sick. So anyway, I had to just pop this real quick. Super nice. It comes with a carrying case for the freaking, yeah, isn't that ridiculous? Like, hang on, let me show you real quick. Like this is actually pretty sick because I'm gonna use this to transport to meetups because I don't have to worry about my Artisans like rolling around, right? So look, it even comes with a TX bag for the case. Like what? And look, I literally can just like toss this around. Nothing comes out. Nothing falling out. So, anyways, I just thought that was kind of insane. Thanks, Ryan. I literally just put in an order. Ryan should get commission for these sales. Popcorn takes care of me with White Claws every time I stop by, so she knows how to pay me. But anyway, super stoked on these. And check out Frump. He's blowing up right now. And I can see why. His Artisans are just actually insane. So White Claw Madge. Wow. All right, that was do you guys like how I do my commercial breaks? Did you like that? It was so seamless. I didn't even have to say like let me talk about my sponsors. Like, no, I'm just kidding. I'm kidding. You guys know I don't shill stuff that I don't actually like myself. All right. Anyways, yeah. Pretty insane artisan nests or artisan nest compliment. All right. Inner on these. I still haven't bought Le Labo deodorant, but I plan on it. Wow. Hashtag ad. Wow. Is the acrylic UV resistant? I don't know. It's pretty freaking clear acrylic though. All right, let's take a look here. So like I told you guys earlier, I believe the housings are gonna remain this like glacier freeze blue, but the stems are gonna be more red like the picture I showed. So let's take a close-up look here. Pretty sweet. This honestly reminds me of a Gatorade Glacier Freeze with the orange top. Completely. Which I'm okay with because Glacier Freeze is the best Gatorade color. And if you don't think so, then you should probably get your taste buds checked. Alright, so I'm just making sure all these are fully seated. This was like a pretty tight plate, but not tight to the point where there's any binding or anything. Looks good. I do have the Frumps one on my Jane right now. Pretty sick. All right. I did want to check. I want to check how this sounds real quick. I don't think I've ever built inks on FR4. I think it'll be pretty solid. What are these? These are the Linneys. So these are going to be available through Makibo pretty soon, actually. These are going to be available through Makibo. They are like a Gateron ink recolor. Wow, we're going to have to actually use a soldering mat. Popcorn, you didn't even comment on my desk mat. This is actually for you. That metallic marble, holy shite, that's sexy. New to the channel. Wow, is that a special ordered? I'll show you real quick. Yes, this is the this is done through caustic, right? So we do have a marbled finish on here. And then we have the stainless steel multicolor rather, Toblerone on that, and the carbon fiber booty. Thank you for such visual bliss. Yo, I got you. Which mat is that from me? Which mat is that? I don't think this is from you. This is from, I think this is the bento mat. I think this was the bento mat. But I wanted to try out blue. I felt like it complemented the walnut. Okay, so are the Linneys gonna be GB popcorn? They are, right? They're not gonna be in stock. Let's take a look at our switch pins here. So I'm basically just making sure that all of these switch pins came through all the way. A couple of these needed to be clipped in a bit more. It is a pretty tight fit. So whenever it's a tight fitting PCB to, plate, I like to make sure that the switches have gone in all the way. I think we're pretty good. Yes, I felt bad for the last one. GB, yes, got it. Why is my stream so laggy? I don't know. Are you running that AOL Netscape Navigator internet? All right, I believe it's soldering time. I am going to move the board so I don't get any boogers on it. Yeah, are you playing Minesweeper in the background? It might be taking up too many of your cookies from your DDR2 RAM. Hello, well, hello. Sandy is gracing us with her presence. I did bring Sandy to her first keyboard meetup of her life. Sandy, how was it? Did you enjoy yourself? I'm actually a little, you know what? I thought about this in retrospect. I'm a little bit upset you didn't bring your 7V. I don't know why you showed up to a keyboard meetup without your keyboard, but you know, it is what it is. She didn't bring it, Busy Timmy. She didn't bring it. Sheesh. I didn't want to draw attention away from the kaze. Wow. Wow. She was ashamed about the shiny keycaps. Well, Sandy, in common fashion, you have arrived when it's soldering time, you know? So I'm pretty sure you time it every single time. But it is soldering time. So the 7V with GMK laser. I did meet Shoho, who graciously offered me the LV. Is Shoho still here? Oh, there's Shoho. My girlfriend would laugh at me if I asked her to come to a key meetup with me? Wow. Chad, that's pretty rude. Sandy, did you wanna tell the story about Shoho, because I felt bad telling it on stream. Wow, look at how I need to change this filter, huh? That would have been my longs. Never disrespect Shoho the god. All right. It's a soldering time. Not gonna lie, I don't remember talking to Ryan from Sandy, Ryan, or Nick. You don't remember talking to me? I'm sure people told you what you were talking to me about, though. Let's just say that you told me the same story at least 13 times, but in a row. Sorry, no Onezo. Ryan and I are on a diet. Wow. Wow. The tribe has spoken. All right. Did we vote on this? I don't think we did. I think that means I can take my time soldering, right? Dude, this music reminds me of... what was that ride at Disneyland? What was that ride at Disneyland where you like... Was it Disneyland or Knott's Berry Farm? Where you go through and it has all the dinosaurs? It's like a boat ride or something? Am I tripping? Or was there a dinosaur ride at some point? I told Dennis that I was talking to Shoho at the brewery and heard the same thing 30 times and laughed every time. Logger's Revenge? Jurassic Park? Was it the Jurassic Park one? Dude, am I tripping? Dude, I used to love Roller Coaster Tycoon. Oh my god. Oh, maybe it's Jurassic Park at Universal? Wow. All right, I don't think I have any mods here today, so we're gonna be soldering on at my own pace. Freaking A! Wow, dude. You guys are crazy. You guys are crazy. Look at that. Please forgive me. I have soldered 4 pins without a hat on. Dude, look, I put it here. I was gonna remember. I even said Disneyland. There we go. Refund? Whoa. Whoa. Chad Tuckett. Night, everyone. Enjoy the rest of the week. Yo, Chad, I hope you have a very Chad week. Let's go. You look silly? Do I look silly? Honestly, that deserves a free hat next... Okay. Stop rising up. You have never looked better. I told chat that it was a toss-up between the Yoda and the Slinky Dog, but the Yoda won. Next buy, exactly. The hat sits perfectly on top of the haircut. It kind of does, huh? Keys rise up every time you try to push them down. Wow. That was definitely the cheesiest thing I ever did here. This customer support is questionable. Whoa. I need this cute Ryan all the time? What the? Are you guys making fun of me? Let me just say for the record, it is amazingly nice. It's amazingly nice to solder on new switches that have not been desoldered. Does Nathan still... Dude! What the heck? He's holding it hot. Bro, I met up with Teha at the meetup and I gave him his kaze, his actual kaze, and he didn't give me the wood one. So now he has 2 kazes. I didn't even think. I wasn't even thinking. He still has mine. I've lost all of my leverage. I blame K3Z. I actually blame K3Z because he was like, yo, I think Teha might want to borrow the wooden one. We should give him your build. We should give him your wooden one. I'm like, oh, okay, that sounds good. When was his subathon? That's when I gave it to him. Consider a sacrifice to the keyboard god Teehee Typer. It would not be the worst sacrifice, I'll give you that one. Zell payments goated. Wow. I got skimazed, didn't I? How do you think he got to the top? By stepping on everyone else? I should have saw this coming. Meanwhile, in the back of Teja's closet, Kaze just sitting there. Freaking better not be. Somewhere Teja is eye rolling saying, okay. And I feel like he always goes, what? What? Okay, what? And before Teja says, what, I thought I was allowed to keep the wooden one? Dude, right? I can't believe that. He must have just turned on the charm and was like, I don't know how he finagled to the aluminum Kaze out of my hands while not even bringing up the wooden one. He's a man of power, I'll tell you that much. T-scams. Yeah, he should get rid of Teja snipes and make it Teja swipes, like Busy Timmy said. Teja no swiping. I'm surprised, to be honest. Okay, buddy. That's Huru. Okay, buddy. I'm honestly surprised that Teja didn't bring the wooden Kaze. He brought the Kage, and he brought the whatever Haas Angry Meow board or something like that. I'm surprised he didn't bring the Kaze, the wooden Kaze as his own board. That would have been the ultimate disrespect. Careful, Ryan. Teja was the source material for Vito Corleone. Oh, okay. When do we get to see the shine on Sandy's 7V? That means I have to give her one of my boards while I take her board. Which board should I give her? I'm gonna give her the Leaf. That was 100% on purpose, bringing the Kage? Dude, right? Imagine he handed you Kage and said, there you go, have your board back. I did get to check out the Kage in person. I did get to check out the Kage in person. It was the PC with copper weight. Did anyone in here join Kage, by the way? Out of curiosity? Bro, next time I see Teja, I'm gonna tell him to put some respect on my name. Yo! Aetherix, thank you for the follow. I heard he was down with Yakuza? Wow. Maybe that's why no one messes with him. I'm just casually fishing in RuneScape right now? That sounds like bliss. I bought a Mr. Suit instead. I was really thinking about joining. Nah, frick that group by time. What was the group by time? Yo, the Cancerous gifted a tier 1 to Raikami. Oof, I appreciate you. Bedtime, good night, Mr. Thax. I hope you have a fantastic night and a good rest of the week. Dude, I always make that mistake at work. It'll be like a Thursday and I'm on the phone with someone, I'm hanging out, like, all right, yeah, have a good rest of the week. And I'm like, kind of makes sense, but probably not appropriate. A big pass on Kage, price a bit too high for my likes. Q4 for Kage? Wait, Q4, oh, that's a year, huh? Damn. They must have done a ton of units then. Why group buy when you can in-stock the Kaze? True. Yo, Shift Tran, thank you for the follow. Wait, I thought this hobby was just about joining GBs. You guys actually get products? Oh, dude, I don't even know what GMK set group buys are. I'm in anymore. I have not. They're so freaking delayed. I literally thought that that Sumi was gonna deliver like any day now. I don't check my shit. I don't look for updates or anything. And last stream, I was informed by you guys that it's not coming anytime soon. Mono Key always does numbers. That is true. Yeah. Dude, Hero must have sold a shit ton. I know K did really well. KFE did super well. I wanted to save my money for when I win Kaze, and the timeline for Kage way too long. Alright, fair enough, fair enough. Kohaku not far away now. Yo, dude, I cannot wait to check out the Kohaku. Can't wait. I just hope Hallyu does not get stuck in color matching purgatory like Dracula did, dude, right? Yuru just shipped. My Yuru is coming on Wednesday, so that'll be perfect timing to put on one of my builds this week, maybe. I just got GMK Yuru. It came fairly quick. Chris, how does it look? Are you using it right now? Wish I was in the hobby when Yuru was up. At least if you joined the hobby like more recently, or at least after Yuru, a lot of vendors bought, like, obviously got the hint and realized that extras sell very well. So they bought shit tons of extras. So I don't know if Yuru is the same way, but I would imagine there were a decent amount that were ordered. Joined the hobby a year ago, never received any of the group buys. It's okay, I told Kirsch to get a gasket for his first board, and he's still waiting, so it's alright. Went in on the Ramses SA desk mat. It's been so long that I had a mild panic attack. It didn't ship yet. Was I missed? But nope. Color matching still in progress. Yo. For a desk mat? All right, we got 3 more switches. Wow, I am happy to report that I don't think I overflowed on one switch on this Alps supported PCB. Probably because I didn't speed solder. I haven't opened it yet. I want to trade my Hiragana Yuru for Latin base. Yo, is it Hiragana base or is it Hiragana Sublegend? I bought the Latin base. I'm assuming I got the Latin base because it wasn't Hiragana Sublegend. I would guess that's probably what it was. It is Hiragana Sublegend. Interesting. Huh. Gotta run futsal, great stream. What is futsal? What is that? Demolished 11 slices of garlic bread today? Dude, oh my god, I'm so hungry. Extras sell well because it's in stock to a lot of people since they miss out on GB and don't feel like they have waited for it. I think it's psychological. Definitely. It's massive FOMO. 100% FOMO. Indoor short-sided soccer. So futsal is basically the equivalent of pickleball is to tennis. Is that a correct correlation? Yo, Dr. Killswitch, I hope you have a fantastic night. I've yet to have a bad slice of garlic bread. Oof. How's your breath though? Oof. All right, let's O-ring. Pretty standard these days. Nothing new to see here. Wow, this O-ring, pretty similar color. Easy mode.
It's free real estate.
My breath smells like Satan's balls right now. Garlic bread ain't no joke, dude. Right? All right, we do have these stabs in now. Sorry, we do have the O-ring in now. Those switches look, dude, it reminds me of Gatorade Glacier Freeze. We got that orange cap with the blue bottle. Damn, I should have brought a Gatorade for this stream. That would have been perfect. This stream is like 20 minutes ahead of usual pace, no? Dude, it kind of is. Even though, how many freaking stories did I tell in the beginning of this stream? Like, kind of insane that we caught up, huh? And I didn't even do a timed solder. Okay, soldering's done. Hat's coming off. Fixing the hair. We need to get a haircut this week. I hate getting haircuts. I hate sitting in a chair. Have you saw the Grave Shift O-rings? You can use screw-ins on all stabs. Yes, I actually have. Let me show you. 1 second. That's a great idea. Popcorn, tier 1, 11 months, currently on an 8-month streak. Wow. Let's go, Popcorn. I appreciate you. I heard a loud ass pop. All right, 1 second. So I do have Grave Shift O-rings, right? I have the green one. I have the red one. This clear one was from my Isla, which I do want to show you guys really quick. Hang on. So the quality of these grave shift O-rings are super nice. I definitely like them. So I highly recommend them. I did want to show you, so this is the Isla by Tom. Tearing a ligament friggin' sucks, dude. Yeah. I used to boulder a ton and people would tear ligaments in their fingers. Not good. Have faith, Little Stacks. When you find a barber who can do your hair right, you honestly do come out looking... Dude, you do. You do come out looking fabulous, looking and feeling fabulous. Like $1 million freaking bucks. I know. I got you with that. That is a fantastic color combo. Yeah, check it out. So this is the Isla by Tom. Very similar to the Unikorn. We got that, we got the Koala side here. This is in a very nice, like, navy color. Got that koala curve. We do have a copper weight. Oh my goodness, fingers. Fingers. And I want to show you guys this because it is relevant. Come on. So this is the prototype Isla. And what I did here was the Isla actually came with, this clear one, which is pretty soft. It's pretty soft. And what I did was I tested all of these O-rings. The sweat marks looking like shoes right now? Come on, I'm not that bad. Dude, he's like, I don't know why I get sweat marks all over my keyboard, but I just have bad hands. Anyway, I believe this one was pretty tight, but I did put the I did put the gray grave shift one in here, and it sounded better than all these. Yeah, it's too tight to pop it out easy, but I'll show you guys if I have some time. All right, clip it and ship it to Shubes, please. Wow. What I have found with the Unikorns is, whoa, camera's freaking out. The stock Unikorn one sounded better to me. Than the grave shift ones. So it could be the build, it depends. But the build that I did, I tried all three of them, and the stock one sounded the best. I got these ones. I originally got the gray one so you wouldn't see it in the Unikorn. Ryan, have you tried CJs? Yes, I have. I love CJs. Definitely love CJs. Insanely smooth. Maybe we should put the gray one in here. What do you guys think? I kind of want to do that. How are we going to get this out? I wonder if I can just pull it. Let's see. I don't want to take off the weight. I don't even think I have it. I don't even have a screwdriver. Freaking Torx. Maybe we'll use the clear one. It feels pretty much the same. Pull from spacebar? Did he put him on the spacebar? It's just a big clear gap. Should I pull on the switch? Is that like a big no-no? Let's see how hard I have to pull. Nah, that's not coming out. This was the aluminum Popoo's build though. So if we have time, I would love to put this build into the Unikorn. Maybe I'll do that. I'll build this one. These are the inks on FR4 with the stock O-ring. I'll show you guys how that sounds. I'll pop this one out, which is Popoo's on aluminum, and I'll put it into there. So we'll test out two builds if you guys got some time. Divinity has Popoo's in stock, by the way. Nagged some the other day. Yes, Divinity is now stocking the Popoo's, which if you guys know, if you've watched my recent streams, highly recommend them. I love them. All right, so Unikorn, slightly more annoying to build than the original Unikorn because we have the daughter board. That is the OP Black recolor. You are correct. Caffeine getting the man enough energy to swap builds. Dude, right? Don't jinx it. I have not tried stock. I have not tried stock OP Blacks. So I can't comment. Check this out. Pretty sick. Check out the detail on this koala. Pretty cool. Yo, what's up, Shiba? No, Shiba, you didn't. All right. Dude, this thing is a freaking toy. All right. Data board there, pretty standard procedure. For those of you that missed it earlier, this is the Ryan out of 25. We have Smoke PC. Dude, that looks freaking sick right there. I would like to note, for those of you that aren't aware, I'm sure you probably already are, the daughter board on the Unikorn is special. It's not a traditional daughter board. We have the JST on the bottom and the USB on the top. So keep that in mind. How I do this is I will put it in the PCB first. Now, I didn't test. We're gonna test the switches first. Let's see if I can I do this, or is it too short? I didn't test the PCB, but you know, it's tiny. We should be chilling. All right, we have lights. That's a good call. It's a good call there. Okay, let's test it out. Oh my god, it set up split backspace. Oh my god. Oh my god. All right, looks like we know how to solder. I'm gonna change this in via right quick. To backspace. Make sure that works there. Solid. You can get a longer JST cable so you don't have to remove the weight every time you want to switch builds on the Unikorn. I'll be honest with you, I usually just rip it out the top. Wait, it's PC, that's sick? Yo, it is PC. Having fun, Mr. Lowles? I am. What's up, Felix? I feel like that command isn't exactly right. Am I dumb? That is definitely not the correct command. I should have updated that. I'm very sorry. Use the Isla build later on in Unikorn 2. That is the plan. That is the plan. I think I have enough energy for that. I think we're going to do it. So let me show you how I build the corn. I'm sure it's... I would imagine this is probably the only way that most people build it. But what we do here is we take this, you feed it through. Do a little bit of switching hands. Pull the JST like that. Get it snug. What I like to do here is I like to push in on the pressure points, which is going to be the stabs, right? So I push in on the stabs as I'm putting it in. So I'll do spacebar first. And that's it. So you want to make sure, obviously on PC it's a lot easier. When you push this in, sometimes it won't be level, right? So if you tell right here, this is a little bit lower than here, right? So that means we gotta kind of pop it back up out. Let me try this again. I feel like it's slightly harder on the PC one. I usually always do spacebar first. There we go. That's what we like to see. Perfect. All right, now it's level. Cool. All right, now we're gonna plug it in. I have noticed that on this Unikorn, I don't know. I feel like I didn't struggle as much on the stock R2.1, but I did notice on this one it's a little bit harder to get it into the groove with this weight. This keyboard makes me horny. Yo, dude. This Smoke PC does look pretty fantastic. Wow, look at it with the purple. That looks kind of cool. It's okay, you really don't have to update. I mean, it's in the title anyway. That's true. Yes, the Kaze will be in stock through Makibo. What I like to do here is I'll kind of just like smooth this out, and then I'll take my spudger and I'll push this down into there. Like that. Makes it a lot easier. Make sure it's connected, we're good to go. And then I'll put the weight on. Cool. So what you want to make sure is there's no bowing in the middle. If there's bowing in the middle, then the JST is not going to be in the groove. This looks good here. Smoke PC is hard to nail, dude. It's hard to get it just right. It really is. I've seen some Smoke PC that's like a little bit more like on the purple side. I've seen some Smoke PC that's not like super smoke at all. It's kind of on the lighter side. So I would say this is the perfect amount of smoke. Smoke. Cool. All right, let's take a look here. Dude, Ryan, I recommend using one of the small suction cup things that you get on the iPhone repair kits to help with putting the weight in. That would be super extra, wouldn't it? Check out that that O-ring right there, so you don't drop it. Are you calling me Butterfingers? Pretty sick. Check it out before I put the caps on. Super cool. All right. It is about that time. It would explain the anode smudges? All right, bro, you're in timeout. Dude. This is gonna be a pretty good match right there. This is gonna be the uber stealth build right here. Ooh. I am missing. Oh, there it is. Woof. I like a keyboard. It's nice. Did you really just make me say that? What do you guys notice about these mods here? We got text mods. Oh yes, we got text mods. Lit. Yo, it's ya boy. What's up? I'm getting my cauliflower ear drained tomorrow. Hope the doc isn't too heavy-handed. Yo, is yours that bad? How long does it take to develop cauliflower ear? All I know is I'm walking down the street and someone has cauliflower ear. I know. Don't make that guy angry. Bro, it's bad? Yo, damn. There was a pretty lit UFC fight over the weekend. Do not fuck with that guy. Exactly. It can happen in a couple of hours? Oh shit, really? So it's not something that like builds up over time? It's from like a one-time ordeal? I thought it was like something that built up over time. The card was crazy stacked, dude, right? UFC does not miss. Yo, did you change your lighting? Everything looks brighter. I did. Does it look good? Julian Zaza, do you approve? Is it okay? Thank you, Brando. Every time I watch this stream, I reconsider inks. What do you mean you reconsider them? They should always be a consideration. I approve this lighting. It looks very evenly lit. Yo, so what I did was I was talking with Max F, who, if you guys don't know Max, he's also a streamer, and I always loved how his lighting looked. So he helped me in a sense that now I have an LED bar. LED tube that goes the entire span of my desk. So now it's evenly lit on my desk, which hopefully helps a ton. Same Max that designed the cipher, different Max. This is gonna be Max F Live. There'll be extras for Linney switches probably, but I don't think it will be continuously stocked. There you have it. All right. What are we missing here? Oh my god, that scared me. All right, so we're just missing a control and a code. Let me grab my other set real quick. Is that a Shopify keycap in the nest? It is. Here's a green one as well. We got the green one and the black one there. Ink's nice, but I feel they are too quiet in a lot of builds. If you think inks are too quiet, check out the 8008 or the Baltic. I have found that they work better in quiet builds. All right, let me grab these two caps and I'll be right back. Wow, I was muted. Thank you, Will. Yes, Keeve Dad Max. I was a little bit worried I wasn't gonna be able to find these caps, but we did it here. Wow, the lighting is really thrown off by this board. Look at this. Watch if I flip this over. The whole thing gets toned back down. Look at that. I thought I had cauliflower ear for a minute. Yo. Max might be coming out to California. He wants to play golf, and I told him I'm absolutely terrible at golf. But he wants to come out to California and play golf, so I think he might be coming here next month. So I'm gonna hang out with Max in person, which will be pretty interesting. I think it'll be a good time. All right, let's take a look here. Super stealthy build. What do you guys think? Is this too boring? I envisioned it to look pretty cool, but I almost feel like it looks a little boring. I'm gonna swing the golf club like a tennis racket, right? Yes. Kind of boring, right? Needs an accent color to spice it up. It needs a lot of spicing up. I'm sure you're not alone. I swear many people who enjoy or go golfing can't really... Yeah, a lot of people just go to have fun, right? Okay, so whoever... I forgot who was telling me that you need to split backspace of 60%. This is why I don't split backspace a Unikorn. Check out these mods. So, real quick reminder for you guys here. These are the Linney inks. These do have the TX springs in them, so these should be very similar to how they're going to come. We do have an FR4 plate as well. You have not missed a typing test. We're going to do mods right now. Oof. That is crispy. This is why we don't split backspace. So let me change my. I gotta change the desk mat real quick. This is like completely throwing it off having the smoke on smoke. Give me a second. Let's go. Shoot. Look at that. It goes all the way back. 1 second. Let's do. Let me grab. I'm gonna grab my good gaff mat. Hang on. All right, this is the unused gaff mat. Yeah, I'll be honest with you. Do you guys ever do that where you envision a keycap set on a board and then the second you put it on, you're like, nope. That's kind of how I'm feeling right now. Oof, there we go. There we go. Much better. I'm gonna have to go back to the gaff mat. Oh, so much better. Way better. It's getting a little late on the East Coast, so I'm gonna head to bed, sir. Yo, Kiazo. Sick board, I appreciate you. All right, we're gonna do the typing test. Here we go. So I can tell you right now, I'm gonna tell you right now, this is a little bit too quiet for me. A little bit too quiet, but if you appreciate a quiet board, this is gonna sound right up your alley. One second. Oh shoot, the caps lock is not bound. Hang on, let me pull up via. Okay. What do you think? Sounds good to me. Spacebar is so nice. The spacebar is so loud. Alpha's quiet. I would say so. I would say this is definitely due to the FR4 plate. So it is a little bit more muted, right? So this was kind of a given going into this. Ryan, what audio setup do you use? I have the Sennheiser MKH microphone with a Babyface Pro interface. So Definitely on the more muted side of the spectrum. I wouldn't say it's a quiet board. It's just not poppy, right? Which is good and bad depending on your preference. I would say that more has to do with the ink on FR4 rather than the inks in general. Inks are inherently pretty bassy, but not this muted, right? Okay, so I want to show you guys a comparison, right? So I'm going to do the Popus on aluminum now. So I'm going to swap this real quick. Oh, frick. I forgot on the Unikorn. You got to do the JST first. My goodness. Oh, my goodness. Where is my... About to clack real hard. Yes, so I already know that the Popus on the aluminum sounds pretty freaking fire. Did you do 2 PCB plate builds today? I did not. I'm basically going to be taking my build out of the Isla. All right. And we got the Isla here. Boom. Let's pop this one out. I do need to grab a Torx for this, I believe. So I'll be right back. Okay. So this top one, it is indeed. So I still need to do a build for this board. Like I was saying earlier, I have so many builds I need to do right now. So I will eventually do this one. But for now, I'm gonna steal the build to show you guys. Pretty sick. So we're gonna push this out just like that. Cool thing about this one is the JST is internal, right? So it's a lot easier to remove. Boom. Check that out. How does the Isla feel compared to the Korn? Yo, Popcorn gifted 5 tier 1 subs. Popcorn, are you drunk something or what? What are you doing? I appreciate you. Shout out to Popcorn. If you guys don't know Popcorn, Popcorn is the mastermind behind Makibo, which will be doing the GB for the Linneys that we just built. I appreciate you. Okay. Let's take a look. Popcorn is goated, confirmed. So we do have that gray. This is that gray O-ring I was telling you guys about from Grave Shift, right? This is that gray one. Pretty cool. I do have a stock. This is a white PCB from an R2.1. I'm just not good at this thing. Prob accidentally face ID'd. Wait, what? Wait, what face ID'd what? Popcorn, when are you gonna come on stream, huh? Popcorn won't, she's a coward. Hey, Little Stacks, have you gotten a chance to try the Bakaneko, the corn on a budget? Yes, highly recommend the Bakaneko. Awesome board. Face ID'd the purchase of 5 subs. Oh, wow. So that was on accident? Let's check out the Popu build here. Very nice looking switch there. We have GMK Boneyard on here. And this is an aluminum plate. Cool. All right. Boneyard might actually look a lot better. I think this graveyard, or sorry, grave shift O-ring is a little bit stiffer though. Oof. It might be too stiff for the PC case. There we go. Woo. Tight fit. Tight fit indeed. Cool. Little bit sketch, little sketch, but it's okay. I'm kidding. Wow. You really think Popcorn wouldn't support me like that? You have screw-ins? I don't. These are clip-ins. That's how tight it is. Bro, the desk is shaking. I actually kind of like the look of the white PCB in here. How was the meetup? Dude, it was fantastic. I had so much fun. I met so many people that I've had like long-term, long-distance friendships with. So it was good putting a face to it for sure. All right. I think that looks a lot better, huh? Did you type on the Valhalla? I can't remember. Did he have one that was built? Or was it just the case? I don't remember seeing a built one. He might have. I think Boneyard looks a lot better on here. Burgundy would slap too. Agreed. All right, here we go. I think I want to change the. I want to add lights to the bottom of this. The underglow on the Unikorn is not like super fantastic, but it'll add a little bit. Lighting on. I think I want to do solid color, brightness all the way up. There you go. You can kind of see it up top here. Can't really see it as much on the bottom. Is Unikorn one of your favorite boards? That's a tough one. That's a tough one. I think it's one of... I would say it's one of my favorite boards, but I do have a lot of favorite boards. The Zeppelin GMK set would be sick, dude. It would. I actually had a GMK Led Zepp on this originally. Funny enough. Ashes would be nice. Dude, Ashes would be sick. I haven't seen Ashes in person yet. Okay, so we do have Popu's aluminum plate. Rouge be sick. Popcorn, have you seen what I have Rouge on? Hang on. This is like a perfect color match. Show Booba. I changed it. So Popcorn Makibo actually ran Rouge. I think it looks fantastic on this board. That's so pog. Wait, hang on. Sorry, I'm sorry for delaying the stream or the typing test, but you got to see the. Hopefully, let me see if you guys can see it. So I added. Oh, maybe you can't see it. Let's see. So the bottom one is the no face, like stuffing his face scene from Spirited Away, and the top one he's like eating very politely. So I had to get rid of the boba. I'm sorry. So sad the LED screen isn't going to be there for the international sale. Wait, really? But anyway, GMK Rouge. I can't take it off this. It's a perfect match. Man, you should upload this on YouTube. We should yell at John. John, I'll be honest with you guys, John is the one who uploads all my videos to YouTube. So I'm already pushing my luck by asking him to do that. Yo, that's so pog. Now I want one. Wow. Popcorn wants a keyboard? What? All right, here we go. I'll have to I'll have to bring the Vita by next time I come to Makibo, because you have to see this screen looks nice on stream, but in person the Vita looks unreal. that was a speedy one. That was a speedy one. How'd it sound? Spacebar pops so good. Dude, spacebar on every Unikorn sounds amazing. I definitely prefer the Alu. Yes. I like spacebar on the other build more. Interesting, interesting. Here comes the noise. It's actually not super loud. It's not annoyingly loud. It does sound overall fuller. I would agree. I still want to try inks on aluminum. The PC case, I think, mutes a bit too. Yes, so I'll tell you right now that this build in the Isla is definitely louder. And it's still not even super loud, right? But the board turned out fantastic. Show you guys the bottom here. So PC almost looks a little bit purple when you have white light on it. Pretty sick. Unfortunately, on the Unikorn, you don't really see much down here. But I still think it looks pretty cool. It almost looks two-piece, doesn't it? All right, what are we at? Just past the 4-hour mark. I think that's probably my cue to turn in for the night. Which color X60 V2 do I go for? Yo, so the X60 V2 that I'm gonna be building, I'm thinking right now it's gonna be Wednesday. I'm almost positive. It's actually gonna be polished raw. So that'll be pretty sick. But if I were to pick a color, I would go Irish green for sure. Can I get a gem? Yes. Didn't I brought one over here, I thought. Hang on. Okay, we did have a gem mineral redemption, and I have, can anyone guess what this is? Pretty decently easy to guess what it is, but I'll be even more impressed if someone knows what country it's from. Shungite, bro, does this look, oh my god, this could not be any further from Shungite. Quartzite, nope. Shungite, nope. Come on, dude, this is easy, it's a freaking color. What color is named after this? This is not green. Oh my goodness. Oh, thank you, Nukkabee. My goodness. Aquamarine. Come on. That was way too difficult. So we got aquamarine here. It is a little bit more on the lighter side. It's a little bit more teal. Yes, Curse, good job. It's a little bit more teal, so you can tell this one's from Shigar Valley, Pakistan. If it were a little bit darker, like a more blue aquamarine, it would be from Vietnam. So this one's from Pakistan. Pretty cool. Right? And last but not least, like for instance, if you were a gemologist and you wanted to make this into an aquamarine gem for like a ring or something, what they would do is they would take a look at this and they'd say, all right, what portion of this gem has the least amount of inclusions? Inclusions are all those kind of messy looking areas in there. So they would be like, all right, so probably up here somewhere. And then at a depth, they could make a pretty big gem out of this one. There's a pretty clear, this pretty much, if you were to make a gem, this entire bottom portion would be useless pretty much. You'd want just that clear portion up there. Right? So there you go. There is your mineral redemption. Look at the subtle flex with the Hermes throw pillow in the background. Is it a flex? It's just my pillow, dude. What's up, Jim Kim? I stepped out for a bit, but glad to see it's still going. How is the board build going so far? We finished. We have the popus in it now. I did show the Linneys earlier, but I think we're gonna call it a night. The next board I'm gonna be building is the Noxery X60 V2. Pretty stoked on that. It's gonna be a raw polished prototype unit. Zonat's gonna be dropping that off on Wednesday, so that'll be pretty damn slick. I'm pretty curious to see how that compares to the 378 that I have, because the 378 I have is the same mounting system, right? Can I get a spin around and sound from it before you head out? A spin around? Like this? All right, I'm gonna leave you guys with two quick typing tests. I'm gonna do a 30-second on this, and I'm gonna do a 30-second on the Vita to show you guys. So these are inks. These are normal inks, right? These are V1 inks, but the Vita is so damn, oh my God, dude, Vita sounds amazing. It's one of the best 65s I've typed on. It's so poppy without being like obnoxiously loud, right? So here you go. Quick typing test on the both, and I'll send you guys on your merry way. Then school will be out. Dude, I'm typing really fast on this board. All right, hopefully that sounded pretty proper. To me, sounds amazing, right? All right, now we are gonna swap this one out. We have an aluminum plate, no matrix foam, no matrix rubber, inks. How's it sound? Sounds, they're two completely different sounding boards, but I appreciate both of them. All right, I think our time here is spent. Shall we find someone to raid? Yo, Xing Xing's live back from Cali. Let's raid her. what should we do? Let's do Kaze Solit. That's gonna be it. And I will bid you guys adieu. Wednesday, Noxery X60V2. Thank you all for sticking around. I totally appreciate every single one of you, and I hope your Monday has come to a nice peaceful close and you have a fantastic rest of the week. Let's see here. Let's do raid. Let's gear it up. Get that Control C, Control V ready. Yo, what up, Big Mo? Fun stream today, as always. Yo, I appreciate you. There you go. Copy the one that Curse sent on there. All right. I appreciate you guys, and I will see you on Wednesday. Deuces.